a fumble out of it, but he survives. And that's a very thick edge, and once again a short pitch delivery.
Yeah, he's getting that bounce on the surface, Lister. And, oh, well, let's take a look at this. A third man, oh, getting that awkward bounce. But he keeps down it just for a single. So that's just 15 runs in this innings. Sri Lanka in the third over. Cruz Pulle yet to get off the mark.
That doesn't look much comfortable out there in the middle. Cruz Pulle will take his time to settle in and to... He's kind of player who can play that longer innings. Once again, a very thick edge and down towards the backward scrolling fielder. Once again, almost a deep third man, and that seems to be the end of the over. Yeah, 3 overs done. Sri Lanka is 16 without a loss. There's 16 runs on the board, 3 boundaries so far in the first 3 overs for Sri Lanka A, and over 3 of them belongs to Kamil Mishara. Simon Keane to bowl his second over, gave away only 1 run in the first over. Oh, this time he gets it. That'll ease off the pressure of Cruz Pulle, and that's a really good shot. Once again, touch too short and... not that short per se, but still Cruz Pulle gets it across and gets a boundary.
Yeah, Cruz Pulle gets his first boundary. He loved the short ball. I think playing that short front of square towards the mid-wicket region, yeah, he saw it. It was asking for trouble, Keane there. And one bounce in towards that deep mid-wicket region.
Yeah, it's important, isn't it, as a player who's been stuck out there in the middle, not getting the runs he wants. Even the single that he took came off at an outside edge. But a boundary like that, what it does for the players, it just ease off the pressure. It helps them to break the shackles and to be more comfortable, and it's a confidence booster as well. So Cruz Pulle will now try to utilize this confidence to make sure that he gets it across the next few runs and get some quick runs on the board here.
Cruz Pulle, playing his 104th list A game, has scored 2,300 plus runs. Highest score being 167. So a lot of experience there as well, over 100 games. But what I feel, Keane is bowling a little too short on this surface, and it's coming on nicely to the bat. Very much a invariable bounce rather. Oh, missing the outside edge. Brilliant delivery.
Yeah, see, that's the kind of delivery that you would expect from Simon Keane, especially even in his first over where he gave away only 1 run. He consistently bowled in that area. There we go, just outside the off stump. And Lasith Cruz Pulle ends up in a very awkward position.
Yeah, it's about the length there. It was touched too short, but that's a very good length there.
Well, came down the track a bit. Cruz Pulle trying to play with the mind of the bowler there. Just trying to do something different because Cruz Pulle, even though he got a boundary, he was beaten off that previous delivery. So 4 consecutive dot deliveries here after hitting the boundary. So it's a good comeback there from Simon Keane. Right, so last delivery of this over. Oh, gone. There we go. Well. We saw that coming from miles away this time. Full end delivery outside the off stump, and Cruz Pulle only ends up playing it straight into the hands of the covers fielder.
Yeah, that could have been an easy catch, definitely. And Cruz Pulle. The moment he was uncomfortable when the ball was pitched up fuller. And we'll take a look at this. Yes, it was a foolish delivery, but played that shot very much uppishly towards the hand of Clark. Had covers. So Keane gets the first wicket. Cruz Pulle departs for 5. Sri Lanka A, 20 for 1.
Yeah, he never really looked comfortable out there in the middle. Lost it, Cruz Pulle. He got that boundary of the first delivery of that over from Simon Keane, but from there onwards he was beaten off 5 consecutive dot deliveries, or rather 4 consecutive dot deliveries, only to get caught off the covers. The last delivery of the previous over from Simon Keane. Right, so once again Ben Lister comes in. Kamil Mishara is out there in the middle. He's been handling Ben Lister well, 14 of 13 deliveries. And the new batter in for Sri Lanka A at number 3 is Fernando, another experienced campaigner. Played for Sri Lanka as well. This was the wicket.
Yeah, foolish delivery. Not much feet movement there. Wanted to make sure that ball was going over that fielder. I would rather say not a very good shot there, because he should have gone it along the ground. It was a foolish delivery. Work it towards the gap post there. But pay the price by playing it uppishly. I like Lister. His length, he's been touched too wider, but when he bowls that length and the line towards the batter, especially without giving much room, he's getting that ball to bounce also from the com box end.
Driven once again. Kamil Mishara played it on the up, and he gets it across once again. And he's been exploiting that covers region so well, and he picks up his second boundary through that particular region.
A lovely shot. Not a foolish delivery, a good length one, but yeah, good timing. And placement was perfect as well from Kamil Mishara. It looks in good touch, isn't it? Also the 4th boundary for Kamil Mishara.
Yeah, he is enjoying the conditions. 18 of 15 for Kamil Mishara. At this time through towards the onside, a quick single. And, comparing Ben Lister and Simon Keane, Ben Lister seems to have much better control with his short pitch deliveries, and he was mostly bowling to Kamil Mishara. And we saw a couple of deliveries, quite a lot of deliveries that were beaten off the outside, the off stump. The deliveries, they were short, and Kamil Mishara not being able to, get a good connection out of those deliveries. So you've got to be careful there, Kamil Mishara, because Ben Lister has been hitting the deck hard and getting that ball to bounce off the surface, and at the same time he's bowling in good areas as well. But whenever the width is on offer, Mishara goes for it. Now the first extra is on the board there in terms of wide. There was a leg by before, but this time it's a wide delivery there from Ben Lister. And Fernando is a tall lad who's been around the setup, the Sri Lanka A setup for some time now. Played for Sri Lanka as well. A promising player, isn't he, Fernando?
A touch on the leg side, yes. The left-right combination is troubling for Lister. Oh, lovely shot. Through extra cover. What a way to get off the mark in his very first ball.
Yeah, effortless there from no one other Fernando. Touch to full from Ben Lister. And he drives it so well. There we go. Didn't really try to hit it that hard. Just a touch and it goes all the way for a boundary. And that tells you how good this surface is. At the same time, how good this outfield is. It just runs off towards the boundary with ease.
Yeah, if you place it, if you gap it, the ball will travel very quickly towards the ropes.
Right, so that's the end of the over. A couple of boundaries in that over from Ben Lister. 5 overs done. Sri Lanka 8:30 for the loss of 1 wicket. Right, so Mishara chips it over. There we go. That's another boundary. Touch too straight from Simon Keane. And he collects yet another boundary. Mishara is in a real good form here.
A lovely shot from Mishara. First one on the leg side. And flicked nicely through that mid-on region. 5th boundary for him. He looks in good touch, isn't it? And with the runs coming in his belt throughout the red ball format, he has converted it nicely into this game. He has a very good start. 5 boundaries in his name. And oh, lovely shot again. With an offer, you're in trouble when Kamil is out there.
Oh, yes, indeed. Once again, that's his 6th boundary. This time is just showcasing his talents all across the ground. The first delivery on towards the onside. And this time, touch too wide outside the off stump. And Mishara says, thank you very much. As he cuts it away really nicely. There we go. With an offer. And on to the offside. No chance for the fielders inside the 30-yard circle. There we go, a good comeback there. And now, earlier for the first 2 to 3 overs, there were a couple of slip fielders in position for the 2 openers. But now, only Dale Phillips is there at the first slip, the brother of Glenn Phillips. And if he's half as good as his brother, well, let me tell you, Sri Lankan batters will be in trouble if it goes off the edge. This time a much better delivery. So Simon Keane just learning from his mistakes, just trying to keep it outside the off stump. That's the way to go on this surface, especially against a batter like Mishara, who's, as I mentioned earlier, if you give him some width outside the off stump, and now he showcased that if the bowler is going to bowl it straight, he's going to chip it over that mid-wicket region as well. Punch on the ground. There we go. More runs on board, and it'll run down towards the boundary with ease. That's a 2nd boundary this over, and 7th in total for Mishara. He's enjoying the conditions here at Galle International Cricket Stadium. Punched on the ground for a boundary.
A lovely shot. And playing the strokes through the line with a nice elbow in. He gets his 7th boundary. Mishara, he's on charge. He's taking this positive approach in this game. This surface looks a very, very good belter to bat on. Lot of runs, definitely lot of runs today throughout this 100 overs.
Well, that shot has certainly enforced the New Zealand captain to remove Dale Phillips from the slips. And that'll be the end of the over as well. 3 boundaries from that over from Simon Keane. 6 overs done, 42 for 1. Right, so looks like there's a bowling change coming from New Zealand here. Oh, there we go. A much better delivery to start off the proceedings. Christian Clark comes in for New Zealand here. The two fast bowlers who started off the proceedings, Simon King and Ben Lister, were taken on for cleaners, especially by Mishara. He got the wicket of Lasit Cruz Pulle, who looked ever so uncomfortable out there in the middle, but quite the contrast in terms of approach from Mishara.
Very good line to start up his spell. Bowling wicket to wicket, no width on offer, good lines and lengths. So I think it's a very good start for Christian Clark. Well, the two opening fast bowlers have gone to the cleaners. 7 runs and over in the first 6 overs. But he has that gully and slip in place. Trying to make that ball do some talking.
Yeah, this time he gets it touched too wide. And noted the Fernando equally up to the task. Couldn't get it past that point field. But all in all, the approach from the New Zealand fast bowlers, especially in the first 6 overs, if I'm not mistaken, the two fast bowlers, Simon Keane and Ben Lister, have been trying to hit the deck hard, trying to get that ball to rise off the surface right around that chest to shoulder region of the batter, trying to make them uncomfortable. It worked out well against Cruz Pulle, but Mishara was being innovative and at the same time just trying to play those conventional shots rather than being innovative and playing it safe. And at the same time, all the shots that he played were risk-free shots, especially in the power play.
Christian Clark, 38 games, 59 wickets in his List A career. 5 for 67 is his best bowling. He looks in very good control. I think he had a very good start in the first over so far, bowling good lengths.
Oh, there we go. Mishara just letting that ball go past him on to the wicket keeper. And yeah, the start you get, it goes a long way, isn't it? The first over of your spell, you don't try to do anything fancy. You just trying to hit the good areas. And there we go. That's very short there from Christian Clark. Off the edge. Oh, just over the head of the fielder at the point. Not sure whether it reached the boundary. It was a good effort there from the fielder down in the deep, but that was very close, Rajiva.
Brilliant stop at the third man region boundary. 7 overs done. Sri Lanka 45 for 1.
Seven overs done, 43 on the board for the loss of 1 wicket. It has been a decent start by the Sri Lankans. Yes, they have lost a wicket, but they're looking good at this point. Mishara out there, 33 of 24. He has got off to a very good start though, played some delightful strokes to the offside. He looks very confident, carrying his form from the 3-day tournament which concluded recently. That was the previous delivery of the previous over. Flying attempt at back foot of point, but that was a valiant effort at the deep point boundary. Oh, a chance goes a begging. Well, I believe that he was touched too late to react to that. No one in the Fernando. He gets alive. Let's take a closer look at that again. Joining me in the com box, Furviz Maruf.
Valiant attempt. Would have been a blinder if Simon Keane had hold on to it. And one of the Fernando just scored 5 runs of 8 deliveries. Cruz Pulle, the batter who got out. Seems like the two batters batting in different surface. On the other hand, Mishara, 33 of 24, has been striking the ball so sweetly. And that shows that coming into this game, the form that Mishara has been in, scored tons of runs for the NCC in the first class structure. Only the Fernando has not played cricket for a while. And Cruz Pulle as well has been among runs. But I think Mishara has been exceptional so far.
Loud appeal, probably sliding down the leg side. In fact, Mishara looks in good touch. Noni the Fernando is trying to get himself in. Cruz Pulle, the opening batter, he was dismissed for 5. He never looked in good touch though. Same with Noni the Fernando. He's struggling out there a little bit. Mahab, what do you think should be these opening batters should be trying out, especially looking at how Mishara has been batting? Gets the edge. Good effort. Deep third man. Saves a run. Saves 3 runs for his team.
A beautifully bowled again by Keane. Back of the length. Outside edge. And one thing for sure with the sides from New Zealand especially, the commitment in the field. We've seen some runs being saved. That's a good stop at third man. And I think it's very important answering a question for the batters to lay the foundation. Yes, there are so many all-rounders in the Sri Lankan A side. Only having 4 top order batters, and you got Sahan, Arach probably will come at number 5. So it's all about making sure, grabbing the opportunity. End of the day, it's A-team cricket. It's about making sure you're performing, and if you perform, your side performs. 8 overs done, 47 for 1.
.47 runs on the board. 27-run partnership of 24 deliveries. Through the covers. Beautiful shot. That'll run down to the boundary. Mishara continues on his merry way.
Yet again on the up. Nothing wrong with the delivery by Christian in my opinion. But just that sometimes a batter plays a stroke like that, you just take your head off and says, well played. On the up has been the mantra of the day for Mishara. And yet again, loves that square boundary through the offside.
Goes full this time. Gets another single. Now looking at these two batters, they have done the hard work. Noni the Fernando, he needs to support Mishara. He looks very good. 38 of 26 deliveries. Noni the Fernando finding it very tough out there. 12 deliveries to get his 7 runs, but he needs to spend some time out there. A partnership is very important. 50 up on the board though for Sri Lanka. 52 for 1. We are in the 9th over. Shot. Almost going into the hands of the deep fine leg fielder.
Yeah, almost the plan came in handy for the New Zealand A side. Good bounce by Christian Clark. The fielder at fine leg for a moment. He thought he's in the game, but I thought he was sensible. Not running into it and avoiding a boundary. But liking the fact that using the bounce of a good effect here, Christian Clark.
6 runs off this over so far. Healthy run rate though, 6.24 at this point. Shot, goes for a big shot. Now the New Zealand opening bowlers, they have caught the pace and bounce of the surface. We did see a few short pitch deliveries taking off the surface, which really troubled us with Cruz Pulle as well. Kamil Mishara getting a taste of it at this point.
A good carry through. That's what I'm enjoying about this the pitch that offering lots of bounce. That's encouraging for the fast bowlers to pin their back. Good understanding between Nunidu and Kamil exchanging in a single. Since the New Zealand A has won the have won the toss and bowling first, I think I'm just a bit disappointed with the intensity level shown, especially with the new ball, because once you win the toss, bowl first, you expect your seamers to pick up wickets, and I don't think, especially to Kamil Mishara, the New Zealand seamers have bowled well. They've been on the shorter side. As soon as it's on the shorter side, in goal just sits up. But to Cruz Pulle and Fernando, they've been quite good. 54 for 1.
Eight boundaries scored so far by Kamil Mishara. He has got off to a very decent start. 39 of 28 deliveries. In fact, the bowlers have done a decent job, but still they haven't really got it right against Kamil Mishara. Lasit Cruz Pulle and Fernando haven't been able to make an impact yet, though. We have a change in bowling, though. Abbas has been brought into the attack. The second change of the day. They badly need this wicket. They need a breakthrough here, especially the wicket of Kamil Mishara.
A left arm seam. Last over before the power play ends. Just have this feeling Kamil Mishara will be targeting the new bowler, trying to put the pressure still early on the seamer. Good start on the up yet again, and once it beats the infield, as a fielder you just give up. That's a wonderfully played. Nothing wrong with the delivery by Abbas, but Kamil Mishara, class apart. Beautifully done.
Absolutely, a brilliant shot. Just bringing his bat through. Beautiful flow of the arms. Flashing outfield. Once it gets past that 30-yard circle, it just runs off to the boundary. Kamil Mishara, he looks completely different to the other two batters.
Encouragingly for the seamer, I think there's still movement into the 10th over. Two new balls being used from either side. Just a fifth over being bowled from the golf 410. I think Mohammad Abbas should still target bowling fuller and try to get some movement away from the left-hander. And having a feel, the two fielders outside circle at fine leg and third man, I think it's very important. He pitches it fuller.
Slaps it. That sounded really good off the bat. That'll run down to the cover boundaries. It's raining boundaries here at the moment. In goal, Kamil Mishara is enjoying it.
I thought with all the boundaries being scored by Kamil Mishara this morning, this was the best. Oh, beautiful. On the up yet again. Don't think the New Zealand side have done their homework against Kamil Mishara. Was in a different mood today. Watching the ball to the last moment, making sure hitting it onto the pitch. And once it passes the 30-yard circle, is history. Miscued, should be at least couple here, or maybe even more. Abbas understandably going short after being smashed away in the previous delivery.
10 runs coming off this over so far. Now, the important fact is couple of deliveries, shorter ones against Kamil Mishara. We have seen that he has struggled a little bit. One hit didn't connect, but this time he tried to pull it, but didn't time it well enough. Maybe they need to identify how they could attack him. Goes full. Through the covers again. The chase is on. They'll come back for a second run. This has been an expensive over. Not the ideal start for Abbas.
Brings up the 50 as well for Kamil Mishara in just 33 deliveries. He has been in sublime form in the last couple of months or so, playing first-class cricket. First game in the series against a quality New Zealand side. Scores a half century with some magnificent strokes, especially through the offside in just 33 deliveries.
What a class knock it has been. 10 boundaries with a strike rate of 154. An expensive over comes to an end. That concludes the power play. Overs done, 66 for 1 Sri Lanka. New Zealand winning the toss, deciding to bowl first. It has been a very good start by Sri Lanka, but specifically you could call that Kamil Mishara has got off Sri Lanka to a very well deserving start here at the Galle International Cricket Stadium. 46 run partnership though for the second wicket between these two batters now. Valiant effort. The finger goes up. Well, that was not a delivery. That could have a wicket, but it's a prize wicket of Fernando. Trying to glance it off his pads. Gets a little bit of inside edge. But talk about that catch. Very nicely done by the wicket keeper.
Unlucky here, Fernando. Any other day would have clipped away for a boundary towards fine leg, but not today. Very well taken by Michelle Hay, the wicket keeper. And Fernando never wanted to look at the umpire. He knew that he did Nick as Shanta Fonseca rules. Fernando out for 8 of 14. Sri Lanka a 66 for 2.
The new man walks out to the middle, Pavan Ratnayake. A very talented batter, lots of experience, featuring in the international level as well in the recent past. 66 on the board. Kamil Mishara, he looks completely different the way he has been batting out there. It's very important that Pavan Ratnayake gets moving on here. Christian. He has got that breakthrough which New Zealand wanted. Gets off the mark with a single. Maha, what do you think that Kamil Mishara is doing different compared to the other batters who have got already dismissed?
I think Ben Lister, Simon Keane, Christian Clark, Abbas, all comfortable bowling to a right hand. That's the only thing I can see. Because, as I said, as we take another look at Fernando's dismissal down the leg side, Mitchell Hay was excellent. I think finding the right length to the left-hander has been a struggle. But right-hander Lasit Cruz Pulle as well as Fernando, the four seamers have enjoyed, especially the three seamers were bowled to the right-handers, not Abbas yet. I also just feel like Kamil Mishara now, about 52 in 68, what the Sri Lanka A side has gathered. Kamil Mishara has scored it, more than 80%. So that shows the dominance by Kamil.
Absolutely. Kamil Mishara, he has really got off to a flying start. Very important for Sri Lanka as well, though. Pavan Ratnayake, with his experience and his caliber, I'm pretty sure that this would be an ideal situation for Pavan Ratnayake to get himself in. Plenty of time left in the game. Kamil Mishara has got off to a good start.
Pavan Ratnayake last week scored a massive, I think it's a double 100 against Moore Sports Club at the RP Plaza Stadium. So he too, just like Kamil Mishara, coming into this game with good form. Bounded towards final leg by signal by Shanta Fonseca. That's a line that Christian got to stay away. Was very lucky to dismiss similar line, similar length, Fernando early on in the over, but not this occasion. And once he passes 30-yard circle, rest is history.
What I like about Pavan Ratnayake, he's a very busy batter when he's out there in the middle. He will look for those singles, the twos. He will keep rotating the strike. It's not about all boundaries and sixes. He's a very classical batter. Hitting that good length, but there you go. This is what I was talking about. He will look for those quick singles. He will rotate the strike. That completes over number 11. .73 on the board for the loss of 2 wickets. They need the big wicket of Kamil Mishara. I believe if they get that wicket of Kamil Mishara, New Zealanders, they will be very pleased because he's looking in very good form. Short delivery. Hammered all the way for 6. What a fantastic shot that was by Pavan Ratnayake. 2 fielders in the deep, a deep square leg and a deep fine leg, waiting for that. But Pavan Ratnayake was up and ready to take him over the ground.
And not a single vein of negativity in Pavan Ratnayake's body. As soon as it was short, he was ready for it, batting deep in his crease. There was a square leg, there was a fine leg. And that's a no-fear approach by the young man. With the win. And goes all the way.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about, Pavan Ratnayake. He's a very busy player, a very positive player. He will take you to the cleaners if you don't stick to the correct line and length. The previous one, the trap was set. Just the 2 fielders outside in the leg side. You could predict that a short ball would be coming your way. And he was well prepared for that. Good start so far by Pavan Ratnayake, 8 of 6.
Beautifully bowled. Beautifully bowled. It's all about the length. A good comeback by Mohammad Abbas after being smashed away over square leg. going across. Possibly Pawan Ratnayake yet again batting deep in his crease, expecting the ball to be on the back of the length. It's all about the length. I keep saying it doesn't matter which surface you're playing, in which country you're playing, as long as the length is good, on the back of the length, the batsman will struggle sometimes.
A beautiful punch down the ground. Lovely stroke. 4 more runs to Pawan Ratnayake. Nicely done. With couple of fielders for that short delivery, pitching it up and gets the treatment.
Transferring his way to the front foot. This is a confidence booster for Ratnayake after scoring a 6 previously in the over. Leaning to the front foot, and Mohammad Abbas has been a struggle so far. Went for plenty in the first over and given the same treatment in this over by Pawan with a 6 and a boundary.
Once again, a full-length delivery. He just needed to pierce that gap between mid-off and extra cover. Lucky there for Abbas. He has been very expensive, Maha. 22 runs so far given away.
Yeah, the last delivery, I thought it deserved a boundary here. Beautifully done again by Pawan. Nice extra cover drive, but unfortunately finding the fielder extra cover. I think Mohammad Abbas is trying too many things. He's bowled over the wicket, but he's coming round the wicket now. I think he just need to stick to one plan, one area. And just concentrate on hitting those areas rather than not trying to mix up too many things here. End of the 12th, it's 83 for 2.
Christian will continue. He's into his 4th over. 3 overs bowled so far, conceding just the 13 runs and managing to grab an important wicket as well. Tries to thrash it outside the off stump. He has been successful this morning so far, trying to play that stroke.
One of those rare occasions, Kamil Mishara missing it out, but that's because the length was better and there was seam movement away from the left-hander. Christian into his 4th over, picked up the wicket of Fernando in the previous over. I like this line being maintained, especially coming round the wicket, cutting down any extra width. And more New Zealand bowlers, even in their national side, most of them are seam bowlers, hit the deck hard sort of a bowlers. So I think in this kind of a pitch, you just had to find that particular length, which offers a bit of seam movement, which Christian, for a certain extent, have been successful.
Yeah, spot on there. It's all about the length. Short. 1 bounce into the fence. Couple of fielders once again. A deep square leg and a deep fine leg by Kamil Mishara. He really bisects them to perfection.
The good old commentator's curse here. Just praise the young man with a good line and length bowling coming round the wicket. Dragged it down, and player of the quality of Kamil Mishara, he will not miss out. Lightning fast outfield, no stopping that with the wind, and perfectly bisecting the gap between square leg and fine leg.
That was a nothing delivery. Just set up nicely for Kamil Mishara. Short again. Slowing it down a little bit, but Kamil Mishara, he has been out there for enough to figure out the pace of this wicket. Christian, smart there though.
The challenge for the New Zealand side is not only to getting adjusted to the surface, it's about the overhead conditions as well. It's been 6 weeks of bright sunshine, very hot around the country. And straight away from New Zealand, for such a long distance away from the island nation, for them to come over and get used to the conditions is going to be tough work. So the fitness levels of the visitors will be tested. Awkward looking stroke by Pawan Ratnayake, staying leg side-ish.
Yeah, Pawan Ratnayake, that was not the kind of shot that we would expect from him. He's a very technically sound player. 88 on the board for the loss of 2 wickets. It has been a good partnership. 22 runs of 16 deliveries so far. Well, 5 runs coming off that over. 13 overs done, 88 for 2.
So that's Kamil Mishara, his half century. Lovely bit of timing. The man in form for today so far. Anything when there is width on offer, even on the pads, he will punish you around. And played some lovely cover drives. And Kamil Mishara, he's been absolutely incredible so far. Healthy strike rate as well. Lovely bit of stroke making from Kamil Mishara. A lovely shot once again. That bicepting in nicely towards that extra cover and mid-off gap. Gets another boundary. Kamil Mishara, he's playing a different role here.
Yes, he's been brilliant. That's his 12th boundary in his 61 as well. And he's looked $1 million this morning. That one piercing that offside field as well. And he's put more pressure on Abbas straight away. This time nicely tucked to fine leg for a single.
He's been incredibly batting well out here, Roscoe. That's the significant point here. The only batter who has been very comfortable with the bowling attack has shown that aggression, has shown that positiveness. Anything on his zones, he's going to punish the bowler. And he has scored 62 runs off just 41 deliveries. And a run a ball 12 for Pawan Ratnayake as well. This partnership is going to be very crucial for Sri Lanka A. Straight to the fielder.
Pawan has started off well. He's hit a couple of nice boundaries off Abbas in his previous over. He's fresh off a double 100 last week as well in his first class game. So I'm sure he's feeling good. A good 100 in his last ODI as well against England. So plenty of confidence behind him.
Oh, lovely shot. Through that extra cover gap. Another batter who's in top form, Roscoe. And Abbas has been very, very expensive in his spell so far.
Yes, once again, quality from Pawan Ratnayake. Very similar stroke to what Kamil Mishara hit early in the over. And this outfield is unforgiving for the fielders.
Yeah, it's traveling very, very fast and quick towards the ropes. Shot, well, straight to the fielder. That short mid wicket. Well, he didn't last long, Pawan Ratnayake. Got some nice meat on it, but he couldn't keep it on towards the ground. Another batter falling.
Yes, couldn't get on top of that one. And unfortunately for Ratnayake, he found the fielder a decent catch as well, getting his hands under the ball. Pavan Ratnayake departs for 16. Sri Lanka A now. 97 for 3.
Skipper walks in. Sahan Arach. Well, Sri Lanka off to a good start, but they've lost 3 wickets inside the 14th over, Roscoe. The left-handed promising batter. 2 left-handers out there in the centre now. But despite Kamil Mishara, his aggression, but the other batters not getting that start. Pavan got to that double-figure mark, but failing straight towards that mid-wicket fielder. Keen, good low catch. It was short delivery, could have punched anywhere around the square.
Solidly behind that one to complete over number 14. Sri Lanka A 97 for 3. It's been an interesting start for this game so far. Plenty of wickets and runs as well, as we see a bit of wrist spin introduced into the attack for the first time. It will be Aditya Ashok, who has a little bit of experience with the national side as well for New Zealand.
Stump to stump. He got to deal with 2 left-handers as a leg spinner. More of a leg side is field, especially against Kamil Mishara. Yes, he has that experience in the international arena. So we'll take a look at the last wicket. It was short, couldn't get onto it, couldn't keep it down rather. It was straight to Keen at short mid-wicket.
Looking to sweep that away, but no contact from Mishara. The umpire signals wide. Nicely punched down to long on. It's been a good start from the leg spinner Aditya Ashok. Generally, Gaul known to be a spin-friendly surface, but I think with this being a white ball game, the pitch has been much better from what we have known in the past.
Yeah, during the recent past, it has turned out to be a very good batting surface. Lot of runs being scored here. Slip in place for the new batter Sahan Arach.
Nicely swept that one down to fine leg. As the Sri Lanka A 100 comes up as well. in the 15th over of the innings.
A good start despite losing 3 wickets, Orozco. But Kamil Mishara, major contributor, has been troubling the bowlers so far for New Zealand A.
Nicely behind that one as well. Slightly quicker from Aditya Ashok. He's settling into things slowly. Mishara looks to go big and he's cleared the mid-wicket boundary with ease. No trouble whatsoever for Mishara.
Well, he has been very good today. Kamil Mishara. It was tossed up. The slog sweep on offer. He saw the fielder at deep mid-wicket but took the fielder on. Brilliant shot again from Kamil Mishara. He is the only batter so far has been comfortable in Sri Lanka A batting lineup so far. 15 done, 106 for 3.
It's going to be a double bowling change. It's going to be Tim Pringle from the Galle Fort end. He's got a bit of interesting history behind him. He's played in 2 World Cups, T20 World Cups for Netherlands, and now he's pushing his case to make an appearance for the senior black caps. So, big opportunity for him. I'm sure he's looking forward to this opportunity, Rajiva.
Yeah, definitely. 2 T20 World Cups and now coming into the A side. But he got to deal with an informed batter, Kamil Mishara. 2 left-handers. Max Jew bringing in the left armer and the leg spinner. Haven't seen an off spinner yet. But that double bowling change, spinners from both ends, Roscoe. That will be really comfortable for Sahan Arach.
Tucked off his hips but finds the fine leg fielder. So it's leg spin and left arm spin. It should make it easy for the 2 left-handers out there and plenty of left-handers to follow as well. This time Sahan Arach finds the gap, gets off strike.
You're doing the ideal thing, Sahan Arach, getting off strike, making sure plenty of deliveries to be faced by Kamil Mishara because he's really comfortable out there. Spin, pace, doesn't matter. He'll take you on charge.
Nicely played from Mishara, just a single.
He's quite a bit of a tall lad, Tim Pringle, getting that ball a little bit of spin on the surface. That'll interest the Sri Lanka spinners when they come out to bowl in the second innings, Roscoe. Oh, outside edge. Ball's racing towards the boundary. No chance for the fielder. And Sahan Arach, not a convincing way. He gets his first boundary though.
Yes, off the edge. No chance whatsoever once again for any fielder. It flew off the edge. I wonder if Pringle would be asking for a slip from his captain. Especially seeing that ball slide on a little bit with the arm as well.
Yeah, definitely. Slip would have been ideal choice. Especially for the new batter, Roscoe. 16 overs done. Sri Lanka 112 for 3, and players will have a bit of hydration. That's the first water break of today's play.
Sri Lanka 112 for 3 after 16 overs. Cruz Pulle, Nuonidu and Pavan are the batters out so far, but Mishara, he's been amazing with his unbeaten 70 off just 40 balls. Sri Lanka currently going at 7 runs per an over, and these were the wickets to fall so far. Cruz Pulle was the first to depart, and then Nuonidu Fernando, slightly unlucky. Well caught by Mitchell Hay down the leg side. And Pavan Ratnayake was the last man to be dismissed. Straight away after the break, a big appeal from Aditya Ashok. Umpire decides that it's come off the bat.
Yeah, maybe that escape was because it was off the bat. Oh, that looks close unless it's bat. He gave runs off the bat, no signal from the umpire.
Short and wide from Adi Ashok, but good work in the field as well to get down Christian Clark. In fact, it was Keane.
It was short. There was some width, but good bit of fielding at cover point there from Keane.
Nicely bowled from Ashok. Sahan a little bit more watchful compared to Mishara.
Despite going for that 6 in the first over, I think he has a lot of good control with his leg spinners, bowling very good areas, very good lines and lengths. I think that is a key factor of a leg spinner outside the line there. Half-hearted appeal from the sleep and the wicket keeper. He might get some bounce on the surface also, Roscoe. I like the action, runs through with a nice rhythm coming in, bowls very well so far.
Nicely cut away from Sahan, but good work once again from Keane to keep it down to 1. So the two spinners operating in tandem, Aditya Ashok and Tim Pringle. Interestingly, Sri Lanka currently have 2 left-handers out there, and they have 3 more good batters to follow who are left-handed as well. So it's going to be a long day for the New Zealand spinners if they get in.
Oh, that's some catch down there at mid-wicket. Well, it was short.
It's Kamil Mishara checking with the umpires if it was out, but from up here it looked like a very clean catch by Tim Robinson, if I'm not mistaken, down at the deep mid-wicket boundary. There you go, in the air, he timed his jump perfectly and landed inside the rope.
Need to see the front foot. Okay. Need to see the front foot. Waiting for the front foot, guys. Okay, it's fair delivery. Go for the catch. Go for the catch. Fair delivery. Go for the catch. Okay. Do you have the zoom on this? Copy. Okay, satisfied. I made my decision. It's out. Just show me the lights, please.
There you go. Timely jump there at mid-wicket. And Kamil Mishara has to walk back for 71. A valuable knock from Kamil Mishara. Robinson down there at mid-wicket. Aditya getting his first wicket. Kamil Mishara departs for 71. And Sri Lanka 114 for 4.
Sri Lanka 4 down now inside 17 overs. Plenty of responsibility on skipper Sahan Arach, as he has just been joined by Sonal Dinosa.
So Pringle will continue, Roscoe, from the Galford end. Bowled his first over for just 6 runs. The tall left arm. Orthodox spinner. Oh, delicate touch again. Just a single. Sahan Arach loves to play squarer.
Sonal Dinosa is the new batter. He's another young, promising talent who has been impressing in the domestic circuit and a little bit of Sri Lankan experience as well.
Lot to play with. This partnership is going to be very crucial for Sri Lanka A. And interesting to see a lot of spin coming in from Pringle. But we'll take a look at this catch at deep mid-wicket. Tim Robinson, it was short. And Kamil Mishara going for a big hit towards the mid-wicket region. But some timing on that catch and the balance also, Roscoe, was perfect.
Nicely swept from Sonal Dinosa to get off the mark. Yes, another key point to that catch was how deep he got close to the boundary rope. He made maximum use of it before he timed his jump as well. So great work from Tim Robinson down at that deep mid-wicket boundary. Nice and tight from Pringle.
And the landing. Well, the landing was perfect. He had to land with one leg. That's a perfect catch. Brilliant stuff from Tim Robinson down there. They actually bought that wicket for sure.
This is good from Arach. He gets off strike. This is going to be a key partnership for Sri Lanka A.
Yeah, like you mentioned, yes indeed. They need to occupy a little bit more time. Not even 20 overs, Sri Lanka A have lost 4 wickets, but a very healthy run rate.
Cut away from Dinosa. That should give him plenty of confidence. The first boundary of the day for him.
It was short outside the off stump there. Sonal Dinosa taking the maximum of it and then playing it very late. As a fielder, Clark at cover point didn't have a chance.
Nicely struck from Arach. He's been doing this well, getting off strike whenever he's got the strike back. As Ashok continues, that wicket in the last over should give him plenty of confidence as well, Rajiva.
Yeah, indeed. It was a shortish delivery, not a wicket-taking one, but though the fielder, Tim Robinson, the catch got that wicket. The price wicket, the man who was very much dangerous out there because he was striking well, Kamil Mishara. The wicket that they were targeting at. Oh, delicate touch into that vacant region. It was a full toss though. Sonal Dinosa. Lovely shot. Square. Very, very fine.
Easy pickings for Dinosa. I like the fact that the Kiwis had a slip. This was earlier in the over, but Dinosa has started off really well. This was the last boundary hit using the pace of the bowler, and as we've been speaking about this outfield, it has been unforgiving for the fielders so far. Big appeal. And up goes the finger. Dinosa departs as well. That is wicket number 5 that falls for Sri Lanka A.
Well, I think it's the slider. Went through with the arm. Sonal Dinosa picking the wrong length. Stacked googly, but it went on very straight. Good bit of glove work from Mitchell Hay. Was really confident out there. Another short stay for a batter in the top order for Sri Lanka A. Sonal Dinosa has to walk back for 9. And Suddenly, Sri Lanka A is struggling. 126 for 5.
This has been the bowling effort from New Zealand so far. Aditya Ashok straight away into that wickets column. He's got 2 as well, along with Keane, Christian and Abbas, who have picked up 1 wicket so far. So New Zealand have slowly started to come back into this game. Sri Lanka were 97 for 2 a short while ago, and in the space of 29 runs they've lost 3 quick wickets, and now they are right up against it.
Yeah, definitely. They have come back into this game despite going for plenty of runs. Milan Ratnayake, another left-hander. Well, the first wicket for Aditya Ashok wasn't a good ball. It was a short delivery. But what about Roscoe, that delivery to get rid of Sonal Dinosa? That slider going through with the arm. He's bowling the googly more often now with the slip in place. Good control.
Yes, bringing out his variations is Aditya Ashok. He's been known as a good prospect for New Zealand. This was the wicket of Sonal Dinosa. Good hands from Mitchell here as well. As we see Milan Ratnayake getting off the mark.
A slight fumble there. Loves the batter to cross over. Well, I think this partnership needs another key role. The all-rounders in now. A lovely shot from Sahan Arach, but there's protection at sweeper cover. Just a single though. 19 done. Sri Lanka A, 128 for 5.
$128 for 5 in 19 overs. There's Tim. Tim Pringle starting off the proceedings for his 3rd over. 128 for 5. The run rate has been good from Sri Lanka. It's just that they've lost wickets in regular intervals, and the batters trying to go after the bowling right from the set go, not allowing themselves to settle down first. And as we saw from Sahan Arach, the captain, he's trying to build his innings. He's been out there in the middle trying to get those 1s and 2s, 11 of 18 deliveries. But the rest of the batters, except for Mishara, of course, have been trying to go after the bowling right from the start, and that cost them the wicket. So as a result, Sri Lanka not even 20 overs now. 128 for the loss of 5 wickets. That's a good run there. As I welcome Furviz Maharoof onto the next slot. So 129 for the loss of 5 wickets. The wickets tumbling all around. A lot of responsibility, and it's a good thing at this stage. If we look into Sri Lanka's perspective, they do bat deep. They have batters to come, the likes of Fernando. It's just that good dive there from Milan Ratnayake. He can bat too, Milan Ratnayake.
Fresh from runs in the first class season, Milan Ratnayake had a wonderful season for most sports club with the ball, with the bat. Biggest disappointment for me so far has been how many batters have got a decent start but not capitalizing on it, especially Kamil Mishara. Yes, I understand it was a good catch, but my opinion, when you're playing only 4 batters and there are plenty of all-rounders who can bat, is important. You lay a foundation on top. I like this captaincy by the New Zealand skipper. Left-arm spinner bowling to a left-hander. Both mid-on, mid-off in the circle trying to save the single. And that's why Milan Ratnayake was trying to dance down the track just into his 4th delivery, trying to smash it. So you got to applaud the efforts of the New Zealand A side.
Ever since the spinners were introduced from the New Zealand captain, they've been approaching the game well, trying to make sure that they put the pressure on. 20 overs done. Sri Lanka A 129 for the loss of 5 wickets. Aditya Ashok, 2 wickets for 18 runs. He's been the pick of the bowlers for New Zealand so far. He's been bowling in good areas, just trying to put that pressure on, picking up wickets, and this phase of play certainly belongs to New Zealand spinners, who has certainly taken the control of this game with the opposition at 5 down for 129. We'll try to wrap things up here.
Risky stroke by Sahan Arach. It was too close to cut. Now, one thing for sure with Ashok, he does not give the ball any air, just flat. And reading his googly has been a struggle for the left-handers. So far in the Sri Lankan innings, 19 fours and 2 sixes. We count all those mathematically. 88 runs from 4s and 6s, and only about 41 singles. That shows the dominance of the Sri Lankan batters of trying to score 4s and 6s, not trying to milk those singles. So this is where I think it's important. These 2 left-handers puts a partnership. Don't forget that his pitch is really good to bat on, yes, but this is where captain Sahan Arach as well as Milan Ratnayake got to put their head down and make sure they build a partnership. Forget about going for big shots. Next 5 to 7 overs, try and build up a partnership with singles. The loose ball will come, you can put it away, but do not go looking for the loose delivery.
Short and wide that time from Aditya Ashok. Not given as a wide. Yeah, a bit of a tough call. Let's have a look at that again. Well, it's a tough call, isn't it, on the bowler? Or rather the batter.
Indeed, I thought Shanta Fonseca missed giving it a wide in the previous delivery, and a very good last delivery finish off as well. 130 for 5.
Right, so 130 for the loss of 5 wickets for Sri Lanka A. Now this is the first A-team series for both the sides this year, for Sri Lanka A and for the New Zealand A. And Sri Lanka A-team had a good last year, a good 2025. They went on a couple of tours, of course. They went to Australia, won a one-day game and drew the 4-day series as well, and then went to South Africa got some good results there as well and won the tri-series against Afghanistan A team and Ireland A team. So they're coming into this series with some good momentum, and most of these players were part of those squads last year. And even for New Zealand as well. Last year it was a busy schedule for the New Zealand A team, but this year it's a fresh series for both the sides this year. We'll try to utilize the opportunities as much as possible.
Interesting call on Tim Pringle. International with the Dutch side, now trying to make his mark in the New Zealand A side. And I've seen him bowl in the international level. He's a steady bowler. Uses his height to good effect. More of a contained bowler than attacking bowler. You know, he's a good addition to the side, especially when you have a bowler like Aditya Ashok being a leg spinner. So certainly I think all bases or most of the bases are covered in this New Zealand A side. Just had to find the right rhythm and to make sure to get used to these conditions. That's going to be the biggest challenge. Right, this is what happened with Kamil Mishara's dismissal. I thought for a second the fielder actually stepped on or almost there. I had this feeling that it was very, very close, but third umpire's decision is a final decision. But very, very close, and had to be something special to dismiss a player like Kamil Mishara, who was in sublime form. 133 for 5.
The 2 for 19 for Ashok Aditya. Of course, the two spinners containing themselves really well here, putting the pressure on Sri Lanka A middle order. Now you talked about the combination, the left arm spinner coming in from one end, and you got the leg spinner coming in from the other end. It just put that bit of pressure on the batter, especially on this middle order. They will try to break the shackles. They will try to break free of this tangle that they're in at the moment, and that's where you get the opportunity to get those wickets, and that has been the case over the last 8 to 10 overs where the spinners have operated. A fumble there from the wicketkeeper. Couldn't collect the ball properly that time.
Temptation for the left-handers against a right-arm leg spinner with the wind towards leg side is to go for the slog sweep. I've known Sahan Arach for a very long time. It's one of his favourite shots. But under the circumstances, I don't think the skipper will take that risk. Neither Milan Ratnayake. Yes, he's an all-rounder, fast-bowling all-rounder, but when he bats, he thinks like a batter. As I said, a brilliant first-class season with More Sports Club, runs with the bat, wickets with the ball, has been probably a breakthrough season for Milan Ratnayake. So it's very important when he gets opportunity shots as this to make use of it. Mid-off in the 30-yard circle, comes down the track, and Sahan Arach lofts it over. A magnificent hit to break the shackles.
Yeah. They needed this Sri Lanka A, and for Sahan Arach just dancing down the track a bit, get into the pitch of the delivery and through the offside. Sahan Arach break the shackles, and it goes all the way for a maximum. So that'll ease off the pressure a bit that time for Sahan Arach and for Sri Lanka A. And there we go. Another boundary to follow up this time from Sahan Arach. And now the runs are coming in, and 10 runs from the previous 2 deliveries now.
Yeah, breaking the shackles, 6 in the previous delivery. This was very well played. Probably a googly picked up early. And what Sahan Arach did really well there was he played it late as possible. a late cut. Slip in plays, absolutely no chance. Cow point, save your legs. Sahan Arach is breaking the shackles with 2 very good hits.
Oh yes, and again this time through the gap. So the third boundary on the trot in this over from Sahan Arach. This time touch too short from Aditya Ashok, and Sahan Arach gets down on one knee and played it across the line of the delivery. So 23 overs done. Sri Lanka 149 for 5. Yeah, that's a good finish to that over. Sahan Arach has been out there for some time, trying to build up a partnership here with Milan Ratnayake, but that time, the last delivery was absolute gift there for Sahan Arach. He's batting deep against a spinner, against a leg spinner.
The last ball of the previous over, excellent hit by Sahan Arach. It was a conventional leg spinner, slightly on the shorter side, but Sahan Arach did really well. He found the gap. There was a massive gap between square leg and mid wicket. I bisected it perfectly. With Milan Ratnayake mid on, mid off, both in the circle, he's itching for a big one. I'm telling you, if the ball reaches his eye level, he's coming down the track and trying to go downtown.
Yeah, that's the sort of reputation that Milan Ratnayake has formed over the past couple of years, especially in the domestic circuit. He's a hard hitter. Did well in the Test series in England a couple of years back. That is, of course, in the red ball, but he's been transforming that expertise into wide ball cricket as well.
And neither there's a deep mid wicket. So I'm telling you, being an all-rounder myself, he's going big. There you go. Mid-off in the circle, calculated risk. I think it's a good option taken by Milan Ratnayake because he's in good form. If it's in your arc, go for it. Try and break the shackles. Try and release the fielders to save the single, and that will open up much more avenues.
Coming down the track a bit, it was wide outside the off stump, so Milan Ratnayake had to reach for it. But he's a tall lad, so he had that reach. There we go. Powerfully struck. He's a powerful guy, Milan Ratnayake, who certainly has the power to do so. And coming down the track once again, this time even better. And there we go. It's a 6. So 6 and a 4 in the previous over. And this time in this over as well, 6 and a 4, and it's Milan Ratnayake.
Max Shue, the skipper of New Zealand, still want to have that attacking feel with mid-on in the circle, mid-wicket in the circle. And Milan Ratnayake accepts the challenge and goes over the top. And guess what? This delivery, mid-on drops back. So now Milan Ratnayake got to be sensible. Runs have come. Last over, 14 runs already in this over. 11. So 25 runs already. So you just have to make sure, milk those singles. Wait for another opportunity.
This is where the two batters need to be very careful. Just got to use your minds and at the same time trying to play it safe. Understand the circumstances on offer. A slightly faster delivery there from Tim Pringle, and that's the end of the over. Another good over for Sri Lanka. 24 overs done, 160 for 5. Uh, 160 for 5 for Sri Lanka. The conditions are pristine and it's very hot and humid out there in the middle, but ideal for cricket, I would say. Sahan Arach on 30 off 31, forming a nice little partnership here. There we go, trying to play it late. That has been the approach from Sahan Arach. against Aditya Ashok. Just trying to play it late, and it's important that you pick the hands of Aditya Ashok, whether he's going to bowl that wrong one or the conventional leg spinner that comes into Sahan Arach.
Using the variation, Aditya Ashok has been good. I thought the control he has shown is very decent. The figures may not suggest it, but that's how well the Sri Lankan A batters have batted for a certain extent. But being a batter, it's very important you pick up the variation pretty quickly. Some batters picks the googly from the release. The others, or some of them, picks it off the pitch. Sahan Arach is one of those players. He picks the googly from his wrist, so that's an advantage. Milan Ratnayake, not too sure what is his capabilities, but for me, Aditya Ashok is going to be the danger man come the next 4.3 overs or so.
Already to his 6th over. Aditya Ashok has been pick up the bowlers, as I mentioned earlier, 2 for 36 for him. Flat and wide has been the case. And Milan Ratnayake asking the question, how is it not a wide from the umpire? But that has been the case right from the start from Aditya Ashok. He's bowling it flat, not giving any air on to the surface, and at the same time trying to give that ability for the batter to come down the track to get to the pitch of the delivery. Punched off the back foot once again. A flatter delivery there from Aditya Ashok, straight into the hands of Dale Phillips.
The reason I think Aditya Ashok is bowling much more flat and bowling lots of googlies, one reason I could think of is not having a deep mid-wicket, and the wind is blowing from the offside to the leg side. So in case if the mid-wicket has been targeted, it's going with the wind. So to counter it, he's bowling much more googlies and much flatter, and making sure he's staying away from the batsman's arc. Halfway mark, 25 overs gone, 162 for 5.
Yeah, good rate there from Sri Lanka. 162 in 25 overs. It's just that they've lost 5 wickets, but now this partnership is certainly promising at this stage of the game. So we'll see how far it will go. Bit of a crowd coming in and enjoying a hot and humid day here in Galle.
I was wondering where our co-commentator Rajiv Veer Singh is. I'm pretty sure, being a Galle Cricket Club player, he knows the entire staff, each and everybody. If you can figure him out somewhere there with a cold beverage, that's him, Rajiv Veer Singh. He'll come to his stint when he's on, possibly the next stint.
Yeah, played it down the ground this time. Yeah, it's a very hot and humid day. I can see it's not the ideal conditions, I would say, with the hot sun scorching down here at the Galle International Stadium. To be out there in the middle, but it's ideal for cricket, I would say. Oh, powerfully struck straight into the hands of the fielder, and there's still a single.
Dale Phillips, just like the senior, very good in the field. It was hit pretty hard by Sahan Arach into the surface. That was skidding on for a boundary. In my opinion, saved 3 runs there.
And now you can see the confidence in Milan Ratnayake and Sahan Arach, just trying to come down the track, trying to get to the pitch of the delivery, not allowing the ball to turn off the surface. So, but it's important that these two batters understand what's on offer at this stage of the game. It's very important for these two batters to continue for the next 5 to 6 overs as well, continuing this momentum. There is a certain set of momentum that has been set by these two batters, so it's important that they continue with that. Yep. Takes a single. Nicely done. Once again, coming down the track, Sahan Arach has been the most impressive batter, except for Kamil Mishara, of course. In terms of getting those singles, Sahan Arach has been really, really good.
The game plan has to be really simple. Keep wickets intact. Already more than 6 runs per over being maintained by the Sri Lankan ace side. But half of this side is back in the hutch. So important these two players, since they've got to start partnership of 40 or 45 to kick on and make it a triple figure for Sri Lanka's sake. 166 for 5.
Right, so plenty of bowling options for New Zealand. In fact, 6 bowlers being used so far to bowl this 26 overs. Couple of wickets for Aditya Ashok, 2 wickets for 37. Slightly expensive, but then 1 wicket apiece for Keane, Christian and Abbas. Again, very expensive. Abbas 3 overs, going at in excess of 10 runs per over. Right, so change of bowling. Dale Phillips comes in. So a timely change. The 2 batters found themselves quite comfortable against Pringle and Aditya Ashok. So Max Chu opting to change the proceedings a bit. Dale Phillips, the brother of Glenn Phillips, a handy all-rounder for New Zealand, and we'll see how Dale Phillips would fancy on this Gol International Cricket Stadium.
Just like the brother, very handy. Bit of off spin. He hasn't bowled much in his career. Has played 69 List A games. Has bowled 283 deliveries. And given away 284 runs. So 6 runs per over being given. And he's picked up a couple of wickets. So the only reason I could think of Dale Phillips has been introduced to the attack because the 2 left-handers at the crease. Simple as that. Trying to get through some cheap overs with an off spinner.
You cannot afford to bowl it short and wide at this stage. Dale Phillips got to make sure that he's keeping things tight. He's been brought in for a purpose. There we go, much better this time. Milan Ratnayake is a tall lad, so one of those areas, especially with the slip-in position, you could entice the batter to come down the track and at the same time to latch him forward. There we go once again. Just dragging him forward.
I'm watching Dale Phillips bowl for the first time, and it reminds me a bit of his brother. I remember when Glenn Phillips played the test matches late last year in Gaul. He picked up the wicket of Dinosa de Silva, bowling from the same end, but coming over the wicket, bowling outside the off stump, and Dinosa de Silva went through the offside for extra cover drive and was clean bowled. So, with Dale Phillips is rushing through the overs. If he has seen his brother what he has done in Gaul, he will take some encouragement from that.
Sure must have had a few tips coming in from Glenn Phillips. He's a handy operator in all 3 formats of the game for New Zealand. Oh, there we go. That's a good delivery. Asking the question, nothing there. Maybe an inside edge. But that's a good way to finish things off. 27 overs done. 168 for the loss of 5 wickets.
Sorry.
168 for 5 in 27 overs. Things are looking good right now for Sri Lanka A, with the captain taking the responsibility out there in the middle. This partnership 42 of 51 has done a lot of good work there for Sri Lanka A. But it's important that they continue. There's plenty of time remaining in the context of this game. Oh, there we go. That's a good delivery. Came sharply in. He's bowling it fast as well, Tim Pringle.
Last ball of the previous over. Huge appeal. Inside edge, I thought. Decent addition by Shanta Fonseca. Now, that's the second time consecutive deliveries that Milan Ratnayake has been beaten outside the yaw stump from a left arm spinner. I think what Milan is trying to do is trying to play for the turn. The ball has not turned for the finger spinners yet. I think it's important that Milan Ratnayake just plays through the line against the finger spinners. And something that the spinners can work in goal is to bowl with the drift. The greats like Rangan Herath comes to my mind straight away. He loves to bowl from the goal 14, especially to use the breeze to his effect. And Tim Pringle bowling from the same end. But what he's not trying to do is to use the drift at all. He's just trying to fire it in. So that's the biggest difference when you have a quality left arm spinner who uses the drift. But on the other hand, a young man like Tim Pringle just rushing through and bowling it quicker.
A bit of reverse sweep coming in, asking the question there. Nothing there from the umpire. Tim Pringle has been pulling it touch too fast right from the start. Haven't picked up a wicket yet, but he's been putting that pressure right on.
Now, where did this come from? From nowhere. A reverse sweep on a good batting surface. You're better off trying to go straight down the ground, especially when you have lost 5 wickets and trying to build a partnership. 168 for 5.
These are the partnerships for Sri Lanka so far. Crucial one between Milan and Sahan building up now. The highest partnership previously Nuanidu and Kamil. They put on 46. Kamil did bulk of the damage in that partnership. But now Sri Lanka, after being 126 for 5 at one stage, are slowly starting to build again. Nicely struck from Sahan, looking for that second run as well. Good intent with the running from the Sri Lanka ace skipper. .169 for 5. Partnership 43 of 58 balls. It's come at a decent pace. Once again on the spot from Phillips as I say hello to Rajiv again.
Yeah, good afternoon, Roscoe. Sun is steaming down here in Gaul. And this partnership you were talking about, yes, it was much needed. It was crucial for Sri Lanka A, because batters needed to occupy the crease. The top order, scoring boundaries and getting out. It didn't occupy much time over there in the center. But I reckon Phillips has been very economical so far.
Slip comes out, goes to short third man. Short and wide. Nicely struck, but once again very good in that inner circle. Nice movement to his left side and prevents that single. A tight over from Phillips, just one run off it. Sri Lanka A, 169 for 5. .169 for 5, Sri Lanka A. 21 overs left in this innings. Projected score reads at 292, but the wickets are going to be the key for them to get there. Skipper Arach unbeaten on 35. He's played a very key hand in this Sri Lankan recovery as Tim Pringle continues into his 8th over. Very good hands from Sahan Arach. Gets off strike. He's done that really well.
Yeah, they have rotated the strike well. These two batters in this partnership. And suddenly, the bowling looks very easy. Sun is beating down on the surface. Ball's coming nicely onto the bat.
That's better from Ratnayake. Played out a maiden earlier against Pringle in his previous over. So that should relieve a lot of pressure of Ratnayake. He's known to be a bit of a crisis man. He's always performed pretty well under pressure whenever the team needed him. He's had a good century last week in first class cricket as well.
Oh, thick edge. Goes for a 4. Unlucky there. Tim Pringle, no slip. And Sahan Arach gets another boundary and he moves to 40s.
Yes, moral victory for Pringle. Unfortunately, once again, no slip fielder for him. And a welcome boundary for the Sri Lanka A. Arach now moves into the 40s. Partnership moves on to 49. Sri Lanka in a healthy position, 175 for 5. Once again looking to use the pace, but no run on this occasion. Six runs have come off this over so far. 2 balls to go off this Pringle over. A bit of turn there for Pringle. He's bowled it flat into the pitch right throughout his spell.
He has a height. The straight arm coming in. Bowls quickish left arm orthodox. He's getting that bite off the surface. But he bowls without the mid-wicket, which is interesting also, Roscoe. 30 overs done. Sri Lanka A, 175 for 5.
This is the batting card so far. Kamil Mishara being the standout. He made 71 of 49 balls. Cruz Pulle, Nuanedu and Pawan Ratnayake falling cheaply along with Sonal Dinush as well. But now Sahan Arach and Milan Ratnayake doing the recovery act for Sri Lanka A. Skipper unbeaten on 40 and Ratnayake unbeaten on 18.
So Phillips have been very economical. Just 3 runs in his 2 overs. He hasn't been in the bowling arena much in his career, but he's picked up only 2 wickets in his list A, Roscoe. Max Chu opting to bring him because there are 2 left-handers out there. It's a bit of a misfield. That's a batter crossover for a single. So I like this batting partnership. These 2 batters doing it with a lot of ease out there, milking those singles around, not taking much risk, waiting to punish those balls in their zones. But I reckon Phillips have done a very good job, what the doctor orders.
Good work from Phillips to get across to stop that one. Arach biding his time. He knows there's plenty of time left in this innings. And he's going to be the key for Sri Lanka A. Slight turn there from Phillips.
Well, that could be interesting on the surface. Who hasn't been among the ball much, but the part-time dear Phillips getting some turn and bounce. Oh, yes. Brilliantly bowled. Brilliant over. In fact, just a single from it. 31 done, 176 for 5.
Change in the bowling for New Zealand A. Christian has been reintroduced into the attack. He had a good spell early on, picking up 1 for 18 in his 4 overs. Milan Ratnayake has been an interesting story playing for Sri Lanka. He was known more for his bowling, and if you look at his list A average as well, just averaging 9 in list A cricket, you would think why he is batting at number 7. But the last few years as a batter, he has worked really hard and he's put up some big scores, and now he's pushing for that all-rounder spot in the Sri Lanka team at number 7.
That's the first consignment for the Sri Lanka A coach Ashan Priyanjana, alongside the opening fast bowler Dilshan Madhusankar. He could be little revealed because this partnership is going well for Sri Lanka A.
Nicely struck, but a good stop by the field as well. Good cricket all round, Rajiva.
Yeah, good stop. There's a field at deep mid-wicket, but it was very much short. Kept it on the ground. Brilliant attempt. Saved couple of runs, maybe a boundary, because of this outfield is very fast and quick. Yes, you were spot on there. Milan Ratnayake has developed his batting, and it has been a big strength for his club team also, Moores Sports Club. Yeah, that's the New Zealand coach. And Milan Ratnayake, in red ball format, he's been outstanding as an all-rounder. Oh, that was a very awkward stroke from Sahan Arach, but luckily it didn't pop up.
Well, that's one way to play a back foot defense. A new way, I'd say. Got the job done in the end.
What do you call it? What do you call a stroke like that? He went on his knees and then blocked it.
There you go. That's the more conventional way of playing a short ball. This time from Sahan Arach. I think he was a bit confused as to what to do 2 balls ago. He was looking to pull the ball initially, but then decided to just keep it out. A lone Sri Lankan supporter as well. Nice to see.
Yeah, he's been traveling with the national team also in all games. Oh, that short ball option. Very good over from Christian Clark. Just a single from it. 32 done. 177 for 5.
Yes, the 50-run partnership coming up in the previous over as well. They've taken their time. 81 balls in this innings, in this partnership rather. Sahan Arach, the key contributor, with 30 runs. Milan also chipping in with 20. This time gets off strike off the first ball. Phillips has been very economical, conceding just 5 runs into his 4th over.
A sweep shot. Lovely placement. Sahan Arach made it sure that was placed nicely into that gap, Roscoe. Brilliant. Much needed boundary for Sri Lanka A.
Yes, he found the gap. He walked across the stumps, opened up that backward square region, and made sure he beat the fast Tim Robinson on that deep square leg boundary. This time, Phillips playing a little bit of mind games against Sahan Arach, who tried to walk across.
Yeah, he saw him. He saw him trying to walk across towards the off stump. Yeah, lovely. This is very good batting. Boundary followed by a single. And getting off strike. And keep this run flow moving for Sri Lanka A.
Close call. No damage done in the end. Arach has been another consistent performer as well for Sri Lanka A and his club NCC as well.
Oh, good stop. Certainly saved some runs there. Eventually the batter is crossing over.
Finds the fielder once again. 7 runs off that over. Sri Lanka A 184 for 5. Christian Clark to continue. I think he has been the most impressive seamer for New Zealand by far. Even in that last over, he troubled Arach with his pace and bounce. He's going against Milan Ratnayake this time. I'm sure he's going to use that short ball against Ratnayake as well.
It definitely troubled the batters so far. That short ball. That's one for the over. Now with a deep square leg and deep fine leg in place, I think enough of bowling in good lengths. That's what Christian Clark would have thought, trying that short ball option. Partnership 58 runs, 88 balls, more occupied by these two batters in terms of balls and overs. Oh, shot again. One bounce, 4. Wide outside the off stump. And Milan Ratnayake punishes it.
Yes, Ratnayake continues to stay positive. The key to this ball was the width that Christian provided. Ratnayake had no hesitation in throwing his arms at it. And he's starting to look good now as well. He moves on to 26. Good comeback from Christian. The length was a little fuller compared to the previous ball.
Yeah, that nagging length outside the off stump. Missing that ball at the outside edge. A good delivery followed by that boundary.
Nice and tight. Other than that boundary ball, he has been very tight against Ratnayake as well. Projected score at 279. But if they keep wickets in hand, I'm sure Sri Lanka will look to go past that 300-run mark.
Oh, that's a wide. That's way over the head of Milan Ratnayake, even he's tall.
Yes, umpire Chamara D'Souza signaling 2 for the over as well. That's the maximum number of bounces a bowler can bowl in one-day cricket now. Milan Ratnayake looks to go big. Field underneath it, but he makes a meal of it. Mohammad Abbas it was. Had a good chance of catching it. Ratnayake knew the 2 bounces were bowled. He advanced down the track looking to clear mid-off, but that's a key opportunity missed by the Kiwis.
Yeah, definitely. Into the sky. He was under it, but he was never being comfortable out there. And Milan Ratnayake gets another life with that couple. He moves to 28. A wrap of the pads, loud appeal. But I think there was enough bounce. Not enough bounce to crash the stumps. 34 done. 191 for 5.
It's been a key partnership for Sri Lanka A between Sahan Arach and Milan Ratnayake. It's worth 65 now of 93 balls. Some good strikes from Arach and Ratnayake both. Once again, Arach getting off strike off the first ball. He's done that well right throughout his innings.
Maturity plus the informed batter who's been on red ball format. Getting together, getting that partnership work much needed, which was lacking in the top order so far for Sri Lanka A. Sahan Arach has been the Sri Lanka A skipper, emerging skipper. That was short, punch down towards sweeper cover for a single. And also the skipper of his club, NCC. So that is the maturity building in and bringing into this game alongside Milan Ratnayake. Now, these two batters, they're making those singles with quite ease.
Yes, 5 overs left in power play number 2 after this one before another extra fielder goes back out. So it'll be interesting to see how the Sri Lanka A players play these next 5 overs. I'm sure Arach will go on batting throughout these innings, but Milan Ratnayake might be tempted to take a chance or two.
5 singles so far in the 35th over. So that's 6 singles in the 35th over. That is very good batting from these two batters. 35 done, 197 for 5, and the umpire calls for drinks.
Sri Lanka A 197 for 5. Sahan Arach and Milan Ratnayake, the two batters out there, unbeaten on 48 and 31 respectively. Kamil Mishara was very good, top of the order with 71. Not a happy day out for Cruz Pulle, Nuanedu, Pavan or Sonal. They fell cheaply, but there's been a very good recovery act from Sahan and Milan.
Yeah, definitely. These two batters have contributed with this partnership and cruising along nicely. So the bowling card, well, 2 wickets for Ashok with his leg spinners, and a wicket apiece for Abbas, Christian and Keane, the seamers. But Phillips have been very economical in the bowler's point of view. This partnership, 71 runs, holds a big key role in the remaining 15 overs for Sri Lanka A. So Christian Clark will continue from the goal forward end.
Yes, this game is nicely poised now. Sri Lanka A 197 for 5, 15 overs left in their innings. A couple of wickets for the Kiwis will get them back in this game. That's what they will be looking to do, while the Sri Lankans will like to see Milan and Sahan bat for much longer, deep into this innings. They've got some good hitters to come in Wanuja Sahan and Ravindu Fernando.
It's correctly mentioned, right-handed batter Ravindu Fernando has been another batter who was prolific with his batting performance and also with his off-spinners in the club cricket arena. The recently concluded 3-day tournament. And also Wanuja Sahan, most valuable player in the 3-day format. So the two spinners to come in next for Sri Lanka A. They'll be very much interested to bowl on this surface. Runs on board with a lot of ease of pressure. But Roscoe, I think we saw that the ball is spinning a little bit on this surface when you grip and give it a bit more air. But now the sun is beating down very, very sharply here in Galle, which will settle down on this surface, but latter part of the day, I reckon there could be some spin coming in.
Yes, for sure. The Sri Lankan spinners will be interested. You did mention about Wanuja Sahan, who was the most valuable player in the recently concluded 3-day tournament. And Ravindu was the most valuable player in the 2 years before. So both of them will be looking forward to making use of these opportunities. Off the edge, flies down to third man. Pringle does some good work on the boundary to keep it to 1.
So far, very good over from Christian Clark. Just a single. I think he has changed his length. Bowling a little bit out to the off stump, that fourth stump line. Just 9 extras. Disciplined bowling from New Zealand A. Oh, driven nicely through the ground of extra cover. And that brings Sahan Arachi's half century. Well composed knock from the skipper of Sri Lanka A.
What an innings it is from Sahan Arach. 52 runs off just 59 balls as well. It came at a tricky point in the innings, and that's how we got there. Very good stroke. Just to the right of the short extra fielder, flew to the extra cover boundary.
Lot of timing coming on to that shot. Sahan Arach with 4 boundaries and 1 6 in his 52 runs. Ashok into the attack. Bowls a full toss. And with that boundary earlier, Roscoe, Sahan Arach got his half century And Sri Lanka A got to 200 as well.
Yes, they are well placed now. Arach will like to bat deep into this innings. Try to use his feet, but can't find that single he was looking for. Aditya Ashok was very good early on. Picked up a couple of key wickets to derail the Sri Lanka innings.
Quick single, shy the stumps. Oh, that could have been very close. And I wonder why Sahan Arach want to take a risk out there.
Yes, hit it straight to the extra cover field. Abbas, he was gone for all money if that had hit. Couple of key chances missed in the last few overs by the New Zealand A players. That was a good wrong on the wicket keeper. Didn't exactly pick it either. Umpire signals bice.
Yeah, that's a brilliant delivery. The wrong one. And he's gathered some spin, especially off the googly. The wrong one. And I reckon he's touched too expensive, but he has captured 2 wickets. One of the overs, he was hammered for 16 runs. This is his 5th over in his first spell. So 80 runs stand so far. Lovely shot down the ground towards long on. A single for Milan Ratnayake. 207 for 5 after 37 overs. Sahan Arach, brilliant knock. Much needed knock from the skipper when the team was struggling at 126 for 5. But he was batting out there alongside Milan Ratnayake. Got a bit of cheeky shots as well. But with 1 6 and 4 boundaries, he milked nicely. It was a well-composed knock from Sahan Arach. Responsible innings.
Yeah, the captain doing an exceptional job in terms of recovering the Sri Lanka A innings as much as possible. A short pitch delivery this time from Christian Clark, who's bowling his 8th over. But as a welcome back Iran, it's a good comeback, isn't it, from Sri Lanka A, from the position that they were in, reaching to the 20th over. They were already 5 down for 120 odd runs, so the runs were there, just that they've lost wickets in quick succession, in regular intervals rather. Another short pitch delivery, and that's been given as a wide. But this recovery from Milan Ratnayake and Sahan Arach just tells you how deep the batting is from the Sri Lanka A. They're 5 down, and the number 7 batter Milan Ratnayake walking out to the middle and scoring on 30 odd runs, unbeaten out there in the middle, just gives that hope for Sri Lanka A. And what do you think would be a good score on this surface, Iran, just to be on the safe side for Sri Lanka A?
Well, with 13 overs left in the innings and 5 wickets in hand, that's around 77 legal deliveries left. So runner ball will get them to somewhere around 285 runs. And I'm just recalling the number that Furviz Maruf did mention in the morning. Something around 280 to 285 would be a very good total on this surface, especially with the spinners that the Sri Lankans do have as well. So I believe that the Sri Lankans would be looking at a total around that. And with these 2 batters out there in the middle, a partnership of 83 runs of 114 deliveries, and they looked, much more comfortable compared to the previous batters who were dismissed. So I believe they have laid a decent foundation, and they need to capitalize on this.
In fact, I think one of the main reasons as to why Sri Lanka A, in fact, this partnership of 80 odd runs between Sahan Arach and Milan Ratnayake is mostly has to do with. Oh, this time it goes up in there, but just short of the wicket keeper. Not sure where the contact was that time. But was that a chance there? A good bouncer once again, a short pitch delivery from Christian Clark. Did it came off the bat? Well. A tough ask for the wicket keeper, but I feel like it came off the bat. Sahan Arach once again falling prey to a short pitch delivery from Christian. I worked around the pads this time. Looking for that second run, just a single. Just to come back to the point, I think this partnership has worked out pretty well for Sri Lanka, all thanks to Sahan Arach. The approach was very much different compared to the rest of the batters, and it worked out pretty well for him and for Sri Lanka.
Shot again, pull into the fine leg fence. 4 important runs for Milan Ratnayake. You need to be on target if you're going short at Milan Ratnayake, especially with his height. He will work around. They have a couple of fielders, a deep fine leg and a deep square leg fielder. But still, things didn't really work out. 38 overs done. 2-1-4 for 5. Two for 41 for Ashok. He has been touch expensive, but still I believe he has done a decent job. Couple of steps down the ground. Valiant effort at short extra cover. Probably saved a couple of runs. Milan Ratnayake showing clear intentions of going after the bowlers now.
This was the last delivery of the last over. Milan Ratnayake just equally up to the task. He was tested with few bounces, but this time he gets on top of that and goes all the way for a boundary.
It's the right way that these two batters have approached these innings, especially after 5 wickets falling in a very short interval within 20 overs. And since then, both these batters have got together, put up a decent partnership of 90 plus runs. They have laid the foundation. They need to continue. That's what's important at this point. Well, talking about the innings so far, Oshada, where do you think that the Sri Lankan middle order got it all wrong?
Well, I think it's the approach. I mean, not to take anything away from the fact that the surface is pretty good for batting, and we've seen that the ball nicely comes on to the bat. You can trust the bounce. You can come down the track. It's a surface where you can trust the bounce, and at the same time, the outfield, you get value for your shot. So everything is in favour of the batters. Just that the approach was not up to the standards, I would say, from the Sri Lanka A batters. They were trying to go after the bowling right from the set go, not trying to give themselves, didn't really try to give themselves a bit of time to settle down. And I think that's the main difference between the rest of the batters. Of course, Kamil Mishara is an exceptional case. He just found success right from the set go, came in as the opener and played a quick fire 70-odd runs. But comparing Sahan Arachage's innings from the rest of the batters, I think the main difference is the fact that Sahan Arachage gave himself some time to get adjusted to the conditions.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe that the wicket of Pavan Ratnayake, we'll come back to that point. 39 overs done, 2-1-8 for 5. Well, coming back to that point, the wicket of Pavan Ratnayake and Dinosa really did hurt the Sri Lankan middle order because they were price wickets. Both those batters, they got off to a good start. Pavan Ratnayake a 16 of 15 and Dinosa 9 of 5. So I believe those 2 wickets really hurt the Sri Lankan middle order. Kenny is back into action. He has bowled just the 4 overs. 19 runs conceded, 20 with that single, and managed to grab a wicket as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's why this partnership between Sahan Arach and Milan Ratnayake is so valuable for Sri Lanka A. The situation that they were in heading into the 20th to 21st over, they were 5 down for 120 odd runs, so the chips were down. But against all odds, oh, there we go. Once again, a touch to shot there from the bowler. And Sahan Arach once again just playing it across the line of the delivery. And this time he finds a gap and it goes all the way for a boundary.
Fabulous shot. There you go. Helping it on its way. Lovely piece of placement as well. Once again, couple of fielders waiting for that short pitch delivery, but didn't get the bounce as expected. That's what went wrong for Kenny over there. But easy pickings for the skipper, playing a vital role here. Got it wrong there. Tried to drive him down the ground.
The run rate at this stage of the game almost touch above 5.5 runs per over. Now for Sri Lanka A, 223 for the loss of 5 wickets. The partnership we talked about, how valuable this partnership is for Sri Lanka A in the context of this game. That's driven down the ground. Touch to slow there from Keane. Simon Keane bowling his 5th over. Picked up 1 wicket for 25 runs. He's been steady operator with the ball in hand, coming into both his 40th over. The captain Max Shule just trying to make sure that he's utilizing the assets.
Well, looking at the field, there is a deep square leg, deep fine leg, and a deep third man and a deep point fielder. So as a batter, you could definitely expect a short delivery with this field set. It's not easy for a bowler with the mid-on and mid-off inside the circle. He can't be too full. He can't be too short as well. He needs to really bang it hard onto the surface. Tough ask, though. It has been a very hot afternoon here in Galle as we complete over number 40. 225 for 5.
Right, so heading into the last 10 overs now. Sri Lanka 225 for the loss of 5 wickets. 2 set batters out there in the middle. Ideal conditions for Sri Lanka A heading into this last 10 overs. Will try to reach to that expected target of 285 plus within the next 10 overs. And the conditions are very much in favour of the batters. Still, the conditions are holding up nicely. And here's Dale Phillips.
Well, with 60 deliveries in hand, a runner ball will get them to 285 runs. So I believe that the Sri Lankans have set a platform. It's very important to finish things off in style. Now, these 2 batters have got to a partnership of 100 runs for the 6th wicket. That is great work. Fabulous work between these 2 batters. Now, what's important is they need to continue to do this, maybe up until the 46th over. Try to go run a ball, add another 35 runs, get to 260, and then the last 4 overs try and launch 10 runs per over. You could easily end up at 300.
Yeah, that has to be the plan for Sri Lanka A. Dale Phillips, the right armour. Milan Ratnayake, a left-hander, so Dale Phillips turning the ball away from Milan Ratnayake. And no slips in position as well. Pretty much a spread-out field. Only 4 fielders inside the 30-yard circle and the wicket-keeper, of course. So they're expecting some power hitting from Milan Ratnayake especially. And also Sahan Arach has been utilising his crease really well.
Goes for the reverse, probably hitting outside the off stump. Got it on the full with the short third man fielder inside the circle. That should have been surely slapped to the boundary.
A juicy full toss. Easy decision there for the umpire. I worked around the patch once again. This is good. Running that first run hard. Sahan Arach wants that second. And Milan says, let's settle for just a single. And that is the end of the over. 41 done. Sri Lanka 229 for 5.
.229 runs on the board for the loss of 5 wickets. Ideal situation for Sri Lanka, managing to get themselves out of the trouble. 5 wickets down in a very short time. The skipper playing a vital role here. Now, what I do believe is that Sahan Arach, he needs to anchor. He needs to continue. That's what's important. Wide call by the umpire. Milan Ratnayake probably should take on the long handle. He needs to try and clear the boundary often. And Sahan Arach, I believe, needs to anchor the innings until the last over and then try to accelerate.
Yeah, Sri Lanka A, they do have the likes of Vanuja Sahan and Fernando to come who can bat. So they do bat deep, and at the same time, these last few overs, the likes of Fernando who can hit the long ball, who can get some quick runs on the board. So the conditions are ideal at this stage for Sri Lanka A to get to that expected total of 285 plus. Now, there we go, Christian Clark. That's a well-directed bouncer.
Yeah, we shot third man. In fact, there is a third man who is a little bit wider, probably tried to glide it around that first slip region. Go short again. There is protection though. Now they are decided to stick to that tactic of going short. With the point third man, square leg and a fine leg outside of the boundary, mid on, mid off inside the circle. It's going to be very interesting to see how Milan Ratnayake would take on this challenge. Kenny is not getting too much of bounce either. There you go. Helps it on its way. There is protection, just the one run.
They got 3 fielders almost behind square for Milan Ratnayake for that short pitch delivery. So the plan is set. And we're trying to go after Milan Ratnayake, bowling consistent in that short pitched area. Asking the batter to pull that ball. There we go. This time Sahan Arach, not the most conventional kind of shot that you would expect, but still, he got a single there.
Yeah, the fact is that again, he's not getting too much of bounce out of the service and not too much of pace either. But Sahan Arach trying to lap it over. The wicketkeeper probably didn't get it off the middle of the bat. Lucky there. Shot again. That was well directed though. Probably should have gone through the offside, trying to drag it in front of square. Milan Ratnayake on 46 of 76 deliveries. He's played a very handy little role supporting his skipper, helping Sri Lanka A to get to a commandable position at this point after 41.5 overs. 233 runs on the board. Shot again. Continuing to hit the surface hard. 42 overs done. 2, 3, 4 for 5. Phillips will continue. He's done a pretty decent job over this, isn't it? He's into his 7th over, conceding just the 21 runs. Not a wicket yet, though, but he has managed to contain the runs here against Milan Ratnayake especially.
Yeah, I think he has done his job with the ball in hand. Dale Phillips, he bowls in good areas. He's generating a bit of turn off the surface, but most importantly, what he has done well here is the fact that he bowled it straight, not giving any width on the offside. And Milan Ratnayake especially, who loves to play it on the offside, especially whenever the width is on offer for Milan Ratnayake, he would try to cut you down. He would try to slash you on the offside. So Dale Phillips have not given that width on the offside, and I think that's one of the main reasons as to if you look into his figures, 6.3 overs have given away only 22 runs. And that odd faster delivery.
Yeah, he has been very smart. If you did take a closer look at that second delivery of the over, he bowled a slider, lower arm delivery. He is nicely mixing things up. There you go, given some air, full toss chance. Just short of the long on fielder. Lucky escape for Milan Ratnayake. That should have been put away though.
Well, I feel like the frustration is growing on these two batters. We haven't really seen a boundary in a long time now. So we're approaching the last 8 overs. Oh, there we go, a complete mix-up. Oh, this could be out. Right, so it looks as if we'll be going upstairs. Yes, there we go. A complete mix-up between the batters, and this will be interesting.
One frame back, freeze the base when it's separated from the stumps. Okay, satisfied. Focus the lights, please. I made my decision. Thank you.
Well, there we go.
Out.
The red light pops out, so it's a wicket and it's Sahan Arach. What an anticlimax end to this wonderful partnership between these two batters, Milan Ratnayake and Sahan Arach. And just like that, the skipper has to depart. And that was a complete mix-up, a brain-fade moment between the two batters. They've been running well. That coordination was there. It was just this particular incident. There we go. Good bit of fielding.
Absolutely. Good presence of mind as well. Realizing the batter at the striker's end was not too close enough. Direct hit. That was fantastic. Great piece of work. Sahan Arach, the skipper, makes that walk back to the pavilion. 66 runs of 81 deliveries. A good knock though. 6 wickets down for Sri Lanka for 236 on the board.
Right, so Roy Fernando comes in. Another player who had an absolutely brilliant 3-day season, both with the bat and the ball. Comes off after a fresh century in that last game. Fernando has been one of those players who's been around in the system for some time now. A handy off spinner, a handy operator with the bat in hand who can hit those long sixes. It can get those quick runs on the board. So 7 more overs to go, around 236 runs on the board. And with Milan out there in the middle, it'll be interesting to see how they operate these last 7 overs. But for New Zealand, A team is a good window of opportunity.
Now the wicket of Milan Ratnayake could be very crucial for the New Zealanders. If they can get through another wicket, things are going to be really difficult for the Sri Lankans. But unfortunately though, a brilliant partnership between the skipper and Milan Ratnayake, ending up in an anticlimax way, as you did mention. A run out, if you take a close look at that again, there you go, punching it down the ground. Brilliant effort at short extra cover, trying to get through a run of the misfield, but a direct hit, really closing doors for Sahan Arach. He should have continued though. Hard luck for the skipper.
Yeah, the good thing was the throw came in at the right end. Oh, there we go. My goodness. That deserves a wicket. And rightly so. Fernando is gone first ball. And Pringle gets a breakthrough.
That was a fantastic delivery. Turn and bounce. Let's take a closer look at that again. That was bowled to perfection by Pringle. He gave it a lot of air. Look at the grip of the surface. There you go. Pitching in between middle and leg. And going past that off stump. Fantastic delivery. Really deserved a wicket. A very short stay for Vanuja. Departs for a duck. Fernando, beg your pardon, departs without troubling the scorers. That's the 7th wicket down for Sri Lanka for 237.
Right, so in comes Vanuja Sahan, another left-hander for Sri Lanka A. Another promising young all-rounder. He'll have a big role to play with the ball in hand, but right now, with the bat in hand, he's got a responsibility here. A responsibility to push this Sri Lanka A score to at least 280. And he's alongside Milan Ratnayake, who's on 49 of 82. But what a delivery from Pringle. As you correctly mentioned, pitching it in right in between middle and leg and getting that ball to turn away right outside the off stump. Absolutely brilliant. And he deserves a wicket, Pringle. The way he bowled, he's bowling his 9th over, wicketless. But he comes in to bowl his 9th over and he picks up a wicket.
Now the important fact is that looking at that previous wicket, the important fact is that the Sri Lankan spinners would be very interested to look how they could go out there in the middle during the latter part of this game and try and turn the ball. Let's take a quick look at that previous wicket again. Beautiful delivery. Beautifully done. Got a little bit of glove on the way probably. Easy decision for the umpire. Once again, slowing it up. Giving it a lot more air, letting the ball to talk off the surface. Now, that's very important. The Sri Lankan bowlers will be keeping a closer eye on this with regards to how they need to handle the ball when they come out later to deliver through the second innings.
He's been mixing it up nicely this over. That delivery to Fernando was nicely tossed up, and then the last delivery was flatter and faster. There has been the trend for Pringle, flatter and faster. But he has a nice delivery that has a nice loop, that is tossed up that would entice the batter to come down the track. This time, touch to short and wide, and cut away. And that's a good over for New Zealand A. 239 for the loss of 7 wickets in 44 overs.
So last 6 overs for Sri Lanka A. They'll be happy with Milan out there. Phillips will continue. His 8th over. Not about the wickets, but very economical. Good afternoon, Maha.
Afternoon, Rajiv. Afternoon, everyone. Now, all eyes on Milan Ratnayake. On the verge of a half century. Batted beautifully and brings up his half century in the 84 delivery. A timely knock by the all-rounder. Came in at number 7 and very well played, but the job is not done yet.
Yeah, definitely. He needs to hang around there in the remaining 5.5 overs. Milan Ratnayake continuing his form with the red ball. And now continuing with the white ball format as well.
Oh, reverse sweep attempted by Sahan, just facing his 5th delivery. That's a risky shot. Yeah, spot on there when you said about continuing his good form. Rajiv, Milan Ratnayake. Hallmark of a good player. Once you get into a groove, once you get into a rhythm, is to carry on. That's what we've seen from Milan Ratnayake right throughout the season.
Yeah, definitely. About the runs. And now taking that responsibility in his shoulders. Square delivery from Phillips. Just a dot ball. But I reckon, Maha, that maturity builds up when you're scoring runs, even though it's in different formats. A shot. Cut away nicely into sweeper cover. Just a single. 3 runs only in the 45th over. Sri Lanka 242 for 7.
Milan Ratnayake came in at number 7. He announced himself with a 4 or mid-off. Straight next delivery, went down the track over long on for a maximum. Ever since then, he's been superb, playing the ball on its merit. Less risk been taken, giving a good company to Sahan Arach, the skipper. Down the track. 2 is the call. And settling for a single.
Yeah, what Wanija should be doing right now, he should get off strike. Make sure that Milan Ratnayake faces much deliveries in the remaining 5 overs. So I reckon Sri Lanka A, maybe if they're happy, anything over 280. That's what Sahan Arach was mentioning in the toss.
Beautifully swept. Good timing, good placement. And Vanuja Sahan, though he's batting at number 9, is a far better player batting at number 9. But that's how strong the Sri Lankan A side is when it comes to their batting.
Yeah, talk about singles, he gets a boundary. Showing good intent there. Lovely sweep shot along the ground towards that gap. Huge vacant area between mid-wicket and deep square leg.
Yeah, understandably, Tim Pringle moving the line outside the yaw stump. And I think Manoj Sahan is targeting that gap between deep mid and long on, Rajiva. There's a massive gap. But only thing that Manoj Sahan should be mindful of, he'll be hitting it against the wind. There you go, going for the sweep again. That's outside the off stump.
Well, I reckon Maha Pringle bowling his last over picked up a wicket. He hasn't bowled much to the right-handers. He had to deal with the left-handers. We'll take a look at this appeal, hitting outside the line. Wanted going for that sweep shot again. So Pringle so far with the left-handers he was bowling throughout, mainly in his 10 overs. I think he has done a very good job with the tall left-armer bowling in good areas.
Yeah, got rid of Ravindra Fernando with absolute peach. First ball, it was a bit of drift, bit of turn, bit of bounce. Ideal left-arm spinner's delivery. Now, Tim Pringle finishes off his spell, 10 overs, 1 for 48. And Sri Lanka A moves on to 249 for 7 after 46. It's interesting story. Dale Phillips came in as a part-time and already has bowled his 8 overs for 26. That's mainly because he bowled a lot to the two left-handers, Milan and Sahan Arach, just like his elder brother, being very useful. Coming down the track, long on in place, and Clark takes a good one. Did he touch the rope when he went back? Very, very close. I'm pretty sure the on-field umpires will consult our third umpire, Hemanta Boteju. But watching it from where we sit, Rajiv Veerasinghe, I think that is gone.
Yeah, I think he's walking back. Rightly mentioned, Maha. We had a better look at it. And, well, you're talking about Dale Phillips. Now, he has added a wicket in his wickets column. Look at this. A good delivery coming down the track. Couple of steps there. Milan Ratnayake, a brilliant catch. Controlled himself. Yes, he had to go. Yes, he has done a good job. A similar catch on Team Robinson. Milan Ratnayake departs for 53. And Sri Lanka A, 249 for 8.
Pramod Madhushan. Lots of experience playing first class cricket, national player. Coming at number 10 and a useful batter. Has made some important contributions with the bat. His job is to bat out the rest of the 50 overs. Best of the overs, beg your pardon, to bat out the 50 overs. Exceptional catch, wasn't it? The fielding efforts of the New Zealand side got to be applauded. As well as Dale Phillips. What an interesting story. A part-timer bowling his 9th over. Finally gets a wicket. Off the mark straight away, Pramod Madhushan.
He's off the mark and brings up 250 for Sri Lanka A. We'll take a look at the last wicket. It was another very good catch. One step down the ground, Milan Ratnayake there. But kept his balance. He was very much aware.
Something also I've noticed in the last probably 45 minutes or so. Some deliveries actually taking a lot of turn. Very good catch. Having the presence of mind to know exactly where the rope was. Good effort. This is encouraging stuff to watch for Sri Lankan A-team spinners as well. There are 4 of them. I think the key is going to be for the New Zealand Ace side, the best time to bat will be with the new balls getting onto the bat. I think once the ball loses the hardness, the shine, the profound seam, it's going to be tough for the batters to time the ball. So the challenge for the Sri Lankan Ace side is to somehow make sure not much runs are leaked with the new ball in the power play and get their spinners into play as soon as possible. But first and foremost, the basic in cricket, bat out the 50 overs.
Yeah, definitely. 20 balls left in Sri Lanka A's innings. Even if they get a runner ball that will go up to 270, I reckon they need to get something past 270 to make a match out of it.
If anyone knows about this golf surface, Rajiv Veer Singh, it has to be you. You have been playing cup cricket for Golf Cricket Club for the last 3 years. How do you see this pitch behaving? It's the last ball. You can answer it in the next over. Another dot delivery. A couple of runs, a wicket from Delhi Phillips' 9th over. 47 overs done, 251 for 8. Right, last 3 overs. Got to applaud the timing as well. The overs that the New Zealand A side has bowled. 12 minutes past 1 o'clock. They have to bowl their 50 overs at 1:30. Well within their time. Christian into the attack. 1 for 37 in the first 8 overs. Right, Rajiva. How do you think this pitch is going to behave in the second innings?
Well, we see that the New Zealand spinners getting a bit of bite and turn on this surface. Well, I reckon with the 4 spinners, 2 right-arm off spinners, Fernando and Sahan Arach, and 2 left-armers, Dinosa and Sahan. I think they need to bowl a little slower on this surface and bowl stump to stump. The more quicker you bowl, the ball will come on to the bat nice and easily. Or slower delivery, taking pace off. That's another key factor when it comes to seamers bowling on this surface in the second innings.
Taking pace off, that's going to be a challenge for Pramod Madhushan as well as Dilshan Madhusanka. Milan Ratnayake, of course, he does bowl a lot of cutters into the pitch. You mentioned about bowling slow, and also I think to the 2 left-arm spinners, in my opinion, got to be bowling from the golf 410 using the breeze to their good effect to use the drift and get the 2 off spinners to bowl from the commentary box end, which is the pavilion end. Those are the tactics I'm pretty sure Sahan Arach as well as Ashan Priyanjan, the A-team coach, would have spoken about. On the other hand, New Zealand A side, they only know one way. That's to come out hard in the power play.
Yeah, definitely. I think Tim Robinson was a key role in the New Zealand batting lineup, opening the batting. Yeah, like you mentioned, that's what Tim Pringle also did, bowl from the golf 410. Oh, that's a no ball. That's slipping off. Maybe he was trying to bowl that cutter.
I played the game for such a long time. I've commentated for a long time as well. I have not seen bowler delivering a ball without bouncing straight into the wicketkeeper's gloves. I've never ever seen it live. As they say, cricket will always give you surprises. It happened, unfortunately, for the young man trying to bowl a slow delivery. Slow ball bouncer, free hit, mid-wicket in place. He'll take the catch. Will the batters come back for the second? They do. Excellent running by the 2 batters.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. While the ball was in the air, Vanuja Sahan did the correct thing, running the first run as quickly as possible, and then taking the throw off the fielder to complete the second run. That is good cricket.
That reminded me of the good old softball games, wasn't it? You hit it as high as possible, run for the second. Most of the time, the fielder drops it. You have completed for the second.
Yeah, that's because you love to get the strike in softball cricket and then whack the ball, Maha. So, rightly mentioned, you mentioned that Tim Pringle, the left-arm spinners, bowling from the golf 410, and then Dale Phillips from the com box end. I think that is the ideal choice. But spinners will hold a big role in the second innings to stop the run chase, to defend the score, whatever Sri Lanka gets.
An excellent catch. Very good catch by Mishara. He has been exceptional behind the stumps. And Christian trying to bowled a very good slow ball bounce. And Vanuja Sahan got a bit of glove as Sri Lanka loses their ninth.
Yeah, top edge. He's been incredible. Mitchell Hay behind the stumps. Well, yes, top edge there. Oh, excellent. Acrobatic. Lovely bit of glove work. Vanuja Sahan has to walk back for 12. And Sri Lanka 9 down.
Dilshan Madhusanka, the last man in for the Sri Lankan A side. Plenty of experience for the young man. The two fast bowling partners, Pramod Madhushan, Dilshan Madhusanka, who hails from the same area deep down south of Sri Lanka. Got to bat out the next 12 deliveries. That's a basic. It'll be cardinal error if they don't. So the target should be just run a ball. Get to 268. Any bonus will get them to 269 and get a target or 270. Right. Dale Phillips is going to bowl his last over. Part-time bowling is 9 overs, so 28 for 1. Don't think Sri Lanka A will be happy looking at that figures though. Down the leg side. Should be a leg by. Shanta Fonseca, the umpire. No, thinks he's inside edge. So run for Pramod Madhushan.
Yeah, runs given. Well, like you mentioned, definitely run a ball or anything somewhere close to 270 will give something to defend at. But hats off to Dale Phillips, mind you. He hasn't bowled much in his List A career. Has picked up only 2 wickets prior to this one. And he's the only bowler has been very much economical.
Slight delay in play. Not too sure what for. Shanta Fonseca having a chat to the skipper, Max Chu. Well within his rights to bowl his last over, Dale Phillips. Not too sure why the delay is. I think whatever doubts cleared, and off we go. Nice and full. Dilshan Madhusanka gets off the mark with a single as well.
So Dale Phillips doing a very good job so far. Now trying to bowl around the wicket, trying to fire it in towards the two right-handers, the tail-enders. And they are dealing with these singles, the ideal choice so far from the last two batters.
Max Shue, the skipper of New Zealand A, had the choice of Ben Lister, Simon Keane, Mohammad Abbas, the fast bowlers to bowl the 49. But trusting the ability of Dale Phillips, though being a part-timer, having a good day to bowl the penultimate over. That shows the confidence of the captain about Dale Phillips' ability.
Yeah, he has done a good job. He has kept that run rate down. in Sri Lanka innings when the two left-handers were out there. He was introduced into the attack. I reckon I was searching for an off-spinner, Maha, when the two left-handers, lot of left-handers in Sri Lanka A-team's lineup. But I reckon he will bowl many more overs in the next 2 one-days as well.
100%. Del Phillips finishes his spell. 10 overs, 1 for 32 as Sri Lanka A reaches 260 for 9 after 49. Right, last over of the Sri Lanka A innings after being put into bat. Early in the day, New Zealand A won the toss, elected to bowl. Decent start by Sri Lanka A, but they kept losing wickets. Here comes the last over. Lister, left arm into the pitch, slow delivery. Dilshad Madhusanka happy to get a single and give the strike back to much equipped when it comes to boundary hitting, Pramod Madhushan.
Yeah, taking the pace off. I think that's another factor, Maha. Death bowling, not giving much pace on the surface. Maybe touchdown getting a little slower and slower.
Also looking at the field with mid-off, mid-on in the circle, the length has to be short, either pace on or pace off. Short delivery. Has the field in play. Square leg says mine, and it takes an easy one. Full marks to the New Zealand side. They've come out there with a plan to bowl to the tail-enders, and they made sure they bundled out Sri Lanka in 49.2 overs at 261 for 9. At the beginning, if Makshu was given the score of 261 to restrict the strong Sri Lanka side, I'm pretty sure he would have taken it.
It was short, like you mentioned. The field was nicely set up, and the Sportylk fielder taking an easy catch. Ben Lister gets his first wicket, the last one in Sri Lanka innings, and eventually they were bundled out for 261 inside the 50th over.
Yeah, New Zealand need 262 to win in 300 balls to win. I think they'll fancy their chances. Looking at how the pitch has behaved, as Pramod Madhushan, the last man out. 4 runs of 10 deliveries as Sri Lanka A finishes on 261. I think they'll be at least 20 to 25 runs short, in my opinion.
Yeah, spot on there. Sahan Arach at the toss, Maha was eyeing and targeting 280. But with the batters from the middle order, the top order didn't contribute much. Getting to a good start. And the batting card so far, yes, for Sri Lanka A innings. Mishara, top scorer, 71. Cruz Pulle, Nunadu, Pavan. Didn't add much, but Sahan Arach, skipper alongside Milan Ratnayake, getting that 100-run stand for the 6th wicket. Getting half centuries as well. 53 for Milan, and Sahan Arach getting 66. Just 14 extras. They've been very much in discipline, Maha.
Yeah, Sri Lanka would have hoped one of those players who got to the half centuries to go and get a triples figure. That would have got them to 300, and not to be. 7 bowlers used. I thought everyone chipped in, apart from Abbas, was very expensive. 31 in his 3 overs. The spinners in the middle overs was exceptional. Pringle, Ashok, Phillips. Surprised that Ashok only bowled 8 overs, being a respinner. 45 for 2. Overall, a solid effort by New Zealand A side to restrict Sri Lanka A to 261. Right, the 49.2 overs highlights. Plenty of bounds to start with. Nasit Cruz Pulle and Kamil Mishara, they started the proceedings. Kamil Mishara looked like he's in sublime form from the word go. Through the offside, opening up the extra cover, cow point header pretty easily. Nasit Cruz Pulle loves the short ball, got going with that shot, and then played it uppishly, caught at extra cover.
But Mishara kept on going, and alongside Fernando getting a good start all around this ground at Galle International Stadium. Kamil Mishara fancied the drive much and played a lot of strokes in the drive, in the front foot. He looks, like you mentioned, Maha, he looks in sublime form. And perfect timing, perfect placement. This was a great catch to get rid of Fernando. Mitchell here has been outstanding today. Ratnayake walked in, chipped in with some boundaries and a 6 as well. He looks in good touch. He was in form, in fact, as well, with a couple of boundaries. And then alongside him, Mishara was going nicely. He was timing well.
That was beautifully done by Pawan Ratnayake through extra cover. And trying to go for another boundary, easily taken and wicket diving forward. And Kamil Mishara, as I said before, looked like he was batting in a different surface. Sahan Arach was quite cheeky to start with. And this for me was a game-changing point here. This could have easily been the maximum, would have got 300 plus mark for Sri Lanka if Kamil Mishara had continued. Sonal Dinosa walked in, looked busy. And that was the caught behind. Easy taken by Mitchell Hay. And Sahan Arach, and whenever the ball was given plenty of air, he made sure that he came down the track and made use of the full penalty.
Yeah, Milan and Sahan added 110 run stand for the 6th wicket. I think that hold a beautiful knock from both batters, and nice composed inning from Sahan Arach. Responsible knock from both these two batters. Another batter who's in form, Milan Ratnayake, continuing his form from red ball cricket, coming into white ball format as well. He's having another good time out there, isn't it?
Caught ball watching there, Sahan Arach directed, ended his innings. Fernando got a good one by Tim Pringle, easily taken by Mitchell Hay. Chamar D'Souza the umpire. Vanuja Sahan, that was a good sweep shot, and that was a dismissal of Milan Ratnayake. Trying to up the ante, and Clark takes a good one. Vanuja Sahan got a very good bounce and a good catch by Mitchell Hay, and the last man to be dismissed, Pramod Madhushan, easily taken as Sportylk. As Sri Lanka finishes their innings on 261, giving a target of 262 runs to win for New Zealand A. Right, we're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll have the run chase by New Zealand A.
Welcome back to the iconic Galle International Cricket Stadium. It's the first unofficial ODI between New Zealand A and Sri Lanka A. Sri Lanka A was sent in by the New Zealand A as they went on to make 261 runs. 261 runs, as you can see there. Kamil Mishara was brilliant at the top of the order. Sahan Arach also made a useful 66, and he got good support from Milan Ratnayake as well, who made 53 runs before the Sri Lanka A team were bowled out for 261. This is the bowling card. Most of the New Zealand bowlers were very disciplined. Christian and Ashok, the key wicket takers, they picked up 2 wickets each, while everyone who bowled, managed to get 1 wicket as well. Looking at that fall of wickets, Sri Lanka were well placed at 236 for 5 at one stage, but they went on to lose their last 5 wickets for just 25 runs to be bowled out for 261. I'm joined in the commentary box by Maha. Good afternoon, Maha.
Afternoon, Roscoe. Afternoon, everyone. That's a target for New Zealand A, 262 runs needed in 300 deliveries. I think this is going to be a tester for the Sri Lankan A side. 4 spinners, 3 seamers. And they're up against a quality attacking New Zealand A bowling lineup. Looks like Dilshan Madhusanka will start the proceedings from the Galle Fort end. He'll enjoy the breeze coming from the offside to the leg side to the right hand to swing it back in and try and hit the pad or the stumps. So that's something that we've got to keep a close eye on, Roscoe, whether Dilshan Madhusanka finds any swing.
It's indeed someone to look out for with that new ball. There is a breeze that's going to help him as well, as he goes through his warm-up motion. So there was a mini collapse for Sri Lanka A. Late in their innings, they lost 5 wickets for 25 runs. However, they'll put that behind them. And here we are for the start of the second innings. Decent start from Dilshan Madhusanka. Bit of a waft from Reece Mariu. Dilshan Madhusanka has had his fair share of injuries, so I'm sure he'll look to stay out on the park and deliver some good spells in this series. Good shape on that one as well.
Having some technical difficulties to get the pictures from the straight-on angle from Dilshan Madhusanka's end. The little pictures we saw in the last couple of deliveries, Roscoe, there was a hint of movement in to the right-hander. With the 2 slips in place, they're there for the outside edge. But Dilshan Madhusanka will be fancying his chances, either getting the batter clean bowled or LBW. For that, I think the line has to be a little bit more straighter.
Nicely bowled once again. Mariu confidently behind that one as well. Reece Mariu has a couple of ODIs under his belt. Couple of games against Pakistan early last year. There is a big number of international players in the New Zealand squad as well. Once again, slight shape, a bit of hesitation between the batters, but no damage done, and that is the first run of the New Zealand A innings.
Doing the right thing, Dilshan Madhusanka, trying to pitch it up, find any movement. Since it's very hot, humid, I don't think the ball will swing for long. So very important while it does to get into the rhythm as soon as possible to pick up a couple of wickets. Pretty sure Pramod Madhushan will share the new ball with Dilshan Madhusanga from the other end. And Dale Phillips, he's a tonker. He loves to get after the bowlers.
Once again, that curve we were expecting from Madhusanga. He's found good areas early on in his spell. Good signs for him.
Now, you mentioned about Dilshan Madhusanga had the fair chances of injuries in the past. As a fast bowler, it takes a little while for you to get into normal rhythm, routine. So it's very important that Dilshan Madhusanga, since Sri Lanka national side has a lot of cricket come the first tour of West Indies in June, and ever since that tour there'll be lots of tours. That's close. The umpire thinks probably outside the line and unmoved. First over done. 1 run, no wickets.
As expected, Pramod Madhushan will use the other new ball. Generally a outswing bowler to the right-hander. Will look to get the batter driving and get those 2 slips in play as well.
Pramod Madhushan is a predominantly outswing bowler to right-hander, and the wind is aiding the outswinger beautifully. From fine leg towards mid-off is the way the wind is blowing at the moment. That's why 2 slips in place. I like this move by Sahan Arach. Best way to curtail the run scoring is to pick up wickets. And both these bowlers have had lots of experience in international cricket, so they should be on the mark from the first ball.
Decent start from Pramod as well. Not a lot of shape on the ball. Required rate just over 5 runs per no is what the Kiwis need. They'll have a look at the ball for a little bit of Madhushan and Dilshan Madhusanga. It's the staff of Sri Lanka A team. Anusha Samaranayaka there. There you go. That's the shape Maha was talking about. In fact, he has overstepped. Not a good start from Pramod Madhushan. Cardinal sin.
Indeed a cardinal sin. The batters love a freebie, don't they? Rice Mario will be eyeing the big shot. What is it going to be by Pramod Madhushan? Remember, if the batsmen don't change, the field cannot change. So the field will remain the same. Shanta Fonseca spot on with that call, overstriding, looking for extra pace. It's going to be a tester straight up front for Pramod Madhushan to bowl the free hit coming in.
Nicely struck, but good work in the field as well. Ravinder Fernando, that is, moving nicely to his left and getting down in time.
Yeah, stayed off the middle of the bat, but could not find the gap. There was the last ball of the previous over, close call. Oh my God. I think Roscoe Tatila, I'm going to make my mind up. That looked mighty, because only doubt for Chamara de Souza was the height, since the batter was walking towards the bowler. But I thought that deserved to be given out, don't they?
Speaking like a true fast bowler there, Maha. But yes, definitely very, very close. That one looked very close even on the replay. But yes, probably the steps that he took down the pitch put the doubt in the umpire's mind. Watchful start from the Kiwis. Just 2 runs in the second over.
Apart from the no ball, it's been a good start for Pramod Madhushan, right on the money, hitting the right length.
Once again, good areas from Madhushan.
I wonder how long before Sahan Arach thinks of getting some spinners into the attack. I think it's very important in these conditions. Yes, you probably want to give your 2 frontline seam bowlers at least a couple of overs each, just to see if there is any movement, and if there is any, you just continue with the momentum. But I just feel in these kind of a surface, I will not mind a spinner from one end, especially Wanuja Sahan. He loves to bowl with the new ball, left arm spinner. I'm pretty sure that Sahan Arach will be thinking on those lines.
Yes, for sure. He's got plenty of options when it comes to spin. 2 left-arm spinners in Wanuja Sahan and Sonal Dinosa as well. And then the off-spin of Ravindra Fernando and a little bit of his off-spinners as well. Watchful start from the 2 New Zealand A openers. Phillips yet to get off the mark. Good finish to his first over from Pramod Madhushan. New Zealand A3 without loss. That's what New Zealand A need. 259 runs off 288 balls. It's a good batting surface here at the Galle International Stadium today. They will fancy their chances. However, they'll need a good start from their 2 openers, Mariu and Phillips, as Madhusanka continues. Good looking stroke and good work in the field as well. Sonal Dinosa, that is. They've got some very good fielders on that offside region, and Sonal Dinosa is one of them.
+3 for Sonal Dinosa in his fielding efforts. Certainly saving 3 runs there. Throwing himself to his right, not his natural side. But what Dilshan Madhusanga cannot afford to do is to give any width to these 2 batters. They thrive on width. One slip disappears to short mid-wicket. That's mainly because the ball is swinging back into the right-hander.
Once again, a little bit of shape. He has been very good to start off with, Dilshan Madhusanka.
Yeah, doing the right thing, trying to pitch it up. Even Milan Ratnayake will fancy his chances in these pitches, especially with a bit of bounce. I remember Milan Ratnayake when he played the Test match against Bangladesh up here in Galle, which ended up in a draw. He bowled really well, bowling from the pavilion end, which is the opposite end. Dilshan Madhusanka is bowling, so that's something that he'll remember as well.
Once again, very good from Madhusanka. He has troubled Phillips with that inward movement. Nervous times for Phillips, yet to get off the mark.
Don't think Dale Phillips fancies the left arm fast bowler's angle here. Very watchful when it comes to his front foot, not to commit or go across to the offside and get wrapped up in the front foot. Hence, his feet are not moving that well to be solid as opening batter when a quality left arm seamer is bowling. He's looking for something outside the yaw stump.
This time looks to break free. Gets the inside half of the bat. Lucky escape for Phillips, but he earns a boundary for himself to get off the mark.
It doesn't matter how it comes to Dale Phillips. Slightly on the shorter side. Not so short, but good enough. Beat for pace inside edge. Milan Ratnayake was quite square at fine leg. Had absolutely no chance.
Always relieves the nerves. It does when you get off the mark. Phillips was having some nervy times. Still not out of it. This time though, much more confident, over the top on the offside.
That's what Dale Phillips have been waiting for. Any width outside the off stump. And finally gets it. And let the hands through the ball and a very good hit over extra cover. With the pace that Dilshan Madusanga operates when he doesn't swing back. I think it's a slow ball, wasn't it? The question got to be asked from Dilshan. If the ball is swinging back beautifully, why on earth will you bowl a slow ball? That's what Dale Phillips has been waiting for such a long time.
There you go. That's the shape, but a good stroke as well this time. Misfield. Not sure who the fielder was. I think it might be Sahan Arach. Skipper himself. Bit of poor work at mid-on. Earns a third boundary in the over for Phillips. Good stroke. Sahan Arach moved nicely to his right, but just dived on top of it. And the ball raced to the mid-wicket boundary. (16 for no loss). New Zealand a good start in their pursuit of 262. Pramod Madushan to continue. Once again, hard slash and finds the outside edge and the boundary as well.
Roscoe Tatil, where was the second slip? In the previous over from Pramod Madushan, there was a second slip. Beginning of this over, the second slip disappeared to short extra cover. And guess what? Where the ball went? Right through the second slip to a boundary. Rubbing salt into the wound.
Yes, the interesting thing was that Pramod Madushan actually bowled a good over. And I'm not sure why that second slip came out. But anyway, that has earned Mario his first boundary as well. Good looking stroke, but a very good hand from Pramod Madushan. Might have saved a couple of runs.
Probably more. It was timed well. I thought it was going towards the boundary. It was beautifully timed, and Pramod Madushan on his follow through did really well to get a good chunk of his hand. A good start for the New Zealand side. Looking solid here. Rees Mario. On the other hand, Dale Phillips has had his initial struggles against the left armour, Dilshan Madusanga, but in the previous over, with a couple of boundaries being given away, he'll be very happy at the non-strikers and with the start that he has got so far.
Once again, nicely bowled. That's a great effort down at third man. That was Dilshan Madusanga. Moving to his left and getting that dive out, especially after bowling 2 overs as well.
Fast bowlers cartel. Roscoe Tatil looking after each other. Very good effort by Dilshan Madusanga. Full length dive. One-handed. Saves a couple of runs. Recovers well. Quick throw to Kamil Mishara, who tried to surprise the batter. Trying to hit the stumps, but I thought the batters were quite comfortably in.
That's a quality stroke. Mario finds the boundary on the offside. His second boundary in his innings as well.
I don't see any anything wrong with that particular delivery by Pramod Madhushan. I thought it was decent back of the length, 4th off stump line delivery. But it was timed and placed perfectly by Mario. And this time Dilshan Madhusanka gave the chase up too early because the timing was superb. Valiant attempt by Sonal Dinosa at cow point. But once it passes 30-yard circle, rest is history. It's very, very fast.
Ominous signs for the Sri Lankan fast bowlers. I'm sure Arach is already starting to think about spin on his mind.
Yeah, spot on, Roscoe. I think Vanuja Sahan will be in the radar of Sahan Arach straight away. Either him or Sonal Dinosa. I'll probably prefer Vanuja Sahan since he loves to bowl with the new ball and has the ability to bowl in the power play especially.
Decent comeback from Madhushan there. But yes, Vanuja Sahan is someone we are looking forward to bowling. He's had a very good domestic season in Sri Lanka. Better line from Madhushan to complete over number 4, New Zealand Day 26 without loss. Dilshan Madhusanka to start his 3rd over. It's been a very good start for New Zealand. They've moved on to 26 in just 4 overs. Once again, taking those couple of steps towards the bowler. This time Madhusanka decides to go short, but down the leg side.
I thought Dale Phillips was surprised with the pace and bounce in that previous delivery. Digging short, especially with the batter trying to walk in towards the bowler. Good carry through to Kamil Mishara. It will be a tester for Kamil Mishara as well. Have not seen Kamil Mishara keeping wickets in the domestic season because Dikwella and Kamil Mishara plays in the same side, and Dikwella most of the time or all the time has been the number 1 wicket keeper. This is a challenge. Innovation. Fine leg in the circle. This is not Glenn Phillips, this is Dale Phillips. And surprises running in the family, especially when a fast bowler is bowling. And this is cheeky.
Yes, he saw the change in the field. The square leg went back and fine leg came in earlier in the over. And he was looking to go more fine leg initially, but adjusted well to hit it over the keep, and it almost went the distance as well. 1 bounce over the rope.
Nowadays, this has become a shot in the cricketing manual, hasn't it? Gone are the days. It's a surprise. I think it's no more a surprise, especially the amount of T20 cricket has been played all over the world.
Once again, Phillips goes hard and finds the boundary. That's his 5th boundary, and he has not had any singles yet.
In the Sri Lankan innings, we had 29 fours and 4 sixes. And already 5 boundaries to Dale Phillips and 2 to Rise Mariu. Again, trying to pitching it up, trying to find any movement. Only movement was from the bat towards the extra cover boundary. Excellent hit on the up.
Good comeback from Madhusanka. His slip fielders have now disappeared. Initially one came to mid-wicket, but now another one has gone to that offside ring. This was a good comeback delivery, went on with the angle.
Yeah, good comeback. Pulling the length back. I think that's the ideal length in this pitch. Even the New Zealand seamers was hitting that particular 8 to 10 meter length, especially bowling from the 410. Enough bounce, enough carry through to the wicket keeper to encourage the fast bowlers.
This time he goes short, but Phillips goes big. Very big indeed, and it goes all the way. That's the first 6 in this New Zealand run chase.
Wow, what a shot. More than a shot. This was a slap. Probably anticipating the short ball, batting deep in his crease. As soon as the ball pitched short, Dale Phillips, he climbed onto it and smashed it towards the grass bank. It's not a small hit, Roscoe. It's a massive hit. At least about 95 meter. I think, 95 yards, beg your pardon. It's certainly the ideal start the New Zealand would have hoped, beg your pardon, in the first 10 overs.
Yes, just a couple of overs ago we were talking about how he was struggling, but all of a sudden his last 7 to 8 balls he's hit 6 boundaries, including 1 6 in it. Better ball from Dilshan Madhusanka. Tightened his line and a little bit fuller in his length as well. As we see Kamil Mishara signalling to his reserves to get his helmet, which means there'll most likely be spin from this end, the commentator's box end.
The fast bowlers have not done the job. I think Sahan Arach should switch to spinners. Gets on all Dinosa and just Sahan straight away. That will be my call for sure. Try and change the rhythm of the game.
Nice stroke once again from Phillips. He's timed that beautifully. And another quality stroke from Phillips. He's taking it to the Sri Lankan bowlers now. And that completes over number 5. New Zealand A 45 without loss. What a response it has been from New Zealand A so far. Dale Phillips especially. He's moved on to 30 of just 15 balls. He's hit 6 fours and a 6 in that 30. He's not bothered with the running. And I think Pramod Madhushan is getting another over. Initially they were thinking of going for spin from this end, but maybe they will go for it from the other end now.
I think if it's a left-arm spinner introduced, should be from the Gulfport end because of the wind blowing from the offside to the leg side to let the left-arm spinner use the breeze to good effect. And this is going to be a very important over for Sri Lanka. Pramod Madhushan, I have this feeling, will be targeted, and the very first delivery he has been targeted. Rice Murray walking towards the bowler, and Pramod Madhushan did the right thing by pulling the length back. But not much you can do as a fast bowler when the batsmen are in this form.
Yes, no mercy whatsoever for the bowlers, especially the fast bowlers. The sun baking down, nothing happening on the pitch, and a good hard white ball coming onto the bat as well. And now Reece Murray is starting to look good as well. He's just joining in the party. It's a better delivery from Pramod Madhushan. Whenever they've been straighter and on a hard length, the New Zealand batters have struggled to score. So I think that's going to be the key for the Sri Lankan fast bowlers going forward in this innings.
Yeah, the in-between length is the key. Wicket to wicket, in-between length. And if the batter wants to take a risk from there, or that length. Good luck to them. No width, nothing full should be the message for the Sri Lankan bowlers. Can be the fast bowlers or the spinners.
Nice and full on this occasion from Madhushan. A good comeback after being struck for that boundary in the early in the over rather.
A decent performer, both Madhushan in the international level. Whenever he's given the opportunity, has pretty decently done well. But this is a massive opportunity, since Sri Lanka national side have not been will not be playing international cricket for a while. To stamp his authority, put his hands up. He has a leading fast bowler. There are so many fast bowlers coming through in the A-team setup, as well as the senior fast bowlers in the national setup already. So these are the opportunities that players like Pramod Madhushan, Dinosa and Madhusanko has been sidelined for a while now through injuries or lose of form, to make sure that they perform in this series going forward. 50 up for New Zealand A with that 2 runs towards extra cover.
Yes, Pramod Madhushan opting for a slow delivery as well. He's got that leg cutter going. He uses that quite a lot in the shortest format of the game. He's gone to that very early in his spell. Not much of an option with the batters going very hard at him. It's another good delivery. With this field though, it's really hard for the bowlers. Obviously only 2 fielders allowed. He currently has a deep point and a deep backward square. Even a good ball like that has a chance of going to the boundary.
Yeah, one of those days, I think, ever since Dale Phillips got off the mark with that streaky boundary towards fine leg, rubbed his chances. As bowlers of Sri Lanka A, they need to have discipline as long as possible. Not in short breaks, but make sure from both the ends they squeeze up the runs and not give any freebies. End of the 6th over is 51 for no loss.
And here comes spin as expected. And it will be Wanuja Sahan with his left arm spin. As we all know, he's very decent with that new ball as well. This ball is only 3 overs old. And I'm sure he wouldn't mind bowling to 2 right-handers. Slow left arm orthodox. Wanuja Sahan, the most valuable player of the recently concluded Major League tournament. The target of 262 runs has come down very fast. Just 211 needed now in 44 overs. The required rate has come down to 4.8 as well. Good start from Wanuja Sahan.
Looking at the field, the boundary options for Dale Phillips is to go outside the line, outside the off stump, and sweep it over square leg and fine leg, or down the ground towards long on. Because pretty sure Wanuja Sahan will be not giving any width. Just about to say he's going to bowl wicket to wicket, and Dale Phillips, for me, missed a straight one, and he's highly disappointed. Probably an inside edge, not too sure. Only the replay will tell us. But certainly, spin has done the job for Sri Lanka A.
Yes, we were calling for it for quite a while. Wanuja Sahan straight away strikes. Interesting to see this replay. Dale Phillips was not a happy man when this was given. However, he has to go after a quick fire 30 off just 17 balls. New Zealand A now 51 for 1. Tim Robinson walks out to the middle. Timely breakthrough for Sri Lanka A. The game was getting away very fast from them, but Vanuja Sahan, dream start for him. Here's Tim Robinson with plenty of experience with the Black Caps, and I'm sure he'll look to get going as well, just like the other two batters. Very close, that one, close call, skidded low, looking for a second, bit of hesitation. There you go, that's 2 in 2 for Sri Lanka A. They're right back in the game. All kinds of hesitation between the two batters, and very good work from the fielder in the deep. Rabindu Fernando is the man. Great throw right over the stumps to Vanuja Sahan.
A good old yes, no, I'm sorry here. Ran the first one out. There was always a doubt for the second run. When in doubt, do not take that risk. And guess what for Sri Lanka? It's a man in form. Ice Murray was batting superbly with 3 boundaries to his credit. And he's been dismissed courtesy of a run out. As he walks back to the hutch. Murray gone for 19 of 22. New Zealand A are 52 for 1. 52 for 2, beg your pardon.
Here walks Mohammad Abbas out to the middle. 1 brings 2, they say, Maha.
Come in 2 numbers, I guess. And Vanuja Sahan will be fancying his chances since it's a right-hander at the strikers. In the first dismissal, Roscoe, I thought Dale Phillips was very, very unlucky. There was a massive inside edge to the pad, missed out by Charman D'Souza. That's the LBW inside edge to the pad. Even Kamil Mishara did not want to appeal. The umpire missed it. A little bit of luck that Sri Lanka A was looking for. But the second dismissal was just totally unnecessary when it comes to New Zealand A side.
Yes, in the blink of an eye, both the openers are gone. All of a sudden, 2 new batters out there in the middle. And New Zealand A 53 for 2 now. Wrapped on the pads but sliding down the leg. 7 overs completed. New Zealand A 53 for 2.
Right, so 7 down for 53. I beg your pardon, 7 overs done, 53 for the loss of 2 wickets. This was the first one. And then the second one, they run out. Didn't really try to run that first run hard, the 2 batters. And there we go, that hesitation. Just enough room for Vanuja Sahan to make that run out. Right, so Pramod Madhushan to continue from the commentary box end. That's a good delivery once again. We talked about this earlier as well. Commentators before hitting that hard length and bowling wicket to wicket. That's got to be the key for Pramod Madhushan and for the rest of the fast bowlers. Rajiva, 262 runs to get 53 for the loss of 2 wickets within the first 7.1 overs. It's a good start. It was a good start for New Zealand, but now all of a sudden 2 down.
Yeah, both the openers are back in the hunch. And then 2 new batters, number 3 and number 4. Pushed down towards mid-wicket. Couple of runs for Robinson. Well, I think now they need to settle down a bit. A flourishing start from Dale Phillips. And Murray got to the 50-run mark in no time. The seamers were struggling, not much of movement as well. So I reckon bringing in that spinner maybe a little too late, but better late than never.
Well, indeed, it was a timely move there from the captain, Sahan Arach, opting to go with the spinner one, which is Sahan, which we expected his presence out there in the middle with the ball in hand. And he comes in, an immediate success for him and for Sri Lanka A. So 2 down for 55 now. But still, Sahan Arach opting to go with Pramod Madhushan, who's now bowling well into his 4th over. He had to learn it the hard way. Now being hammered all over the park by the 2 openers. There we go, once again bowling it wicket to wicket and hitting that hard length. Tim Robinson, on the other hand, presenting the full face of the bat, but not much you can do when the bowler gets it in the right area. Especially to tuck that ball onto the onside, trying to get that single. There's an open gap right onto that deep mid-wicket region. He's a fielder down in the deep at deep squalling. So other than that, it's pretty much open on the onside. We got a mid-on in position and a short fine leg. Oh yes, there we go. Touch too wide outside the off stump. Not that wide, still touch too wide. Just enough for Tim Robinson to work that ball on the offside. And he gets a boundary, his first boundary.
A lovely shot to get his first boundary. Robinson there. He has a lot of experience. And then punching it onto that square. And the bounce helping along in this outfield to race away towards the ropes. Much needed one after those 2 openers have fallen off in the previous over. They need to build that partnership for New Zealand A.
There we go, that's a gap that we've been talking about. Just nudging that ball onto the onside and getting that single. 8 overs done, 60 for 2. That's the equation for New Zealand A. 202 runs required. They got 252 deliveries to do so. But here's the man, Vanuja Sahan. Oh, there we go, asking the question. Nothing there from... Oh, it's been given out, is it? Well, looks as if we're going upstairs. It's not been given out. And the leg umpire has gone upstairs. Quite the confidence there from Kamil Mishara, and we'll see how this turns out.
Yeah, it's fair delivery. Can you move the side on angle for stumping, please? Can you go for the other angle, please? Okay, satisfied. I made my decision. Just focus the lights, please. It's out.
Well, that's the third wicket. Vanuja Sahan has delivered with a lot of potential and striking again in his second over. And suddenly the ball is spinning and Vanuja Sahan is among the wickets. He's been outstanding throughout. I will take a look at this. Nice flight turn. Good bit of glove work behind the stumps. Not a regulation wicket keeper, Kamil Mishara, but he was brilliant out there. Tim Robinson departs for 9. And suddenly, New Zealand A, 60 for 3.
Right, so Mitchell Hay walks out to the middle in at number 5 for New Zealand. Well, 60 for 3 at one stage. New Zealand were absolutely flying out there in the middle. Runs coming in almost 10 runs per over. But then came Vanuja Sahan. Look at those figures. 2 wickets for just 2 runs into his second over. That previous wicket, nice flight. We talked about this earlier as well. Just dragging the batter forward.
Yeah, he's doing a very good job, Vanuja Sahan. Best player in the 3-day format in the Major League 3-day tournament 2025-26. So this is the potentiality you have. Runs with the bat now and then picked up so much of wickets with the red ball, but coming into white ball format. A nice flighter delivery, dragging Tim Robinson out of the crease, but that was quick glove work from Kamil Mishara. Brilliant.
Yeah, this top class bowling from Vanuja Sahan. Just landing the ball in good areas. There's another angle. Look at that good collection there from Kamil Mishara, and he breaks his arms just in the right time. Right, so a single to finish things off. Another good over there for Sri Lanka. 9 overs done, 61 for 3. Right, so 2 new batters out there in the middle of bars. Only faced 1 delivery. Mitchell Hay, 1 of 5 for him. In comes Milan Ratnayake. So surprisingly no spinner coming in from the commentator's box end. It'll be Milan Ratnayake. An interesting choice there from Sahan Arach, but of course with Vanuja Sahan picking up wickets from the other end, Milan Ratnayake coming in would give that nice bit of balance, I would say.
Yeah, maybe also because the ball is fairly new. Just 4 overs from the com box end. Trying to get a bit of shape. Quick single. Mitch Hay. Another batter who's capable of going and chasing this run score. There's Max Joe left in the batting card for New Zealand A. So I reckon bringing in the change of Vanuja Sahan, I think that was a very, very good tactical move from the skipper Sahan Arach, and he has delivered.
Indeed he has. Oh, there we go. That's a good delivery there from Milan Ratnayake. Once again, that hard length.
That's the shape. That's why he's after. Milan Ratnayake. Trusting your bowler. Pitching outside the off stump. And that shape. Taking the ball away from that right-hander. Well, this is the ideal end that Maha was talking about when he bowled that spell against Bangladesh from the combox end. Then the next ball, jog him back in. It's perfect, good length area, that in-between length.
There's a good response there from Milan Ratnayake after giving the responsibility with the ball in hand. He has delivered well so far in this over. Just cannot let Abbas and Bichhe to consolidate themselves out in the middle and to put up a good partnership here, because that's exactly what New Zealand wants at this stage of the game. Plenty of time remaining for them. This time just a little nudge towards the onside. Coming back. Nope, settles down for just a single.
In terms of the power plays, both teams have done a lot of positive moves, but both teams losing wickets. Inside the first power play, that shows the attacking mode, the aggression. Especially, oh, lovely flick of his wrist towards deep mid-wicket. Couple of runs for Miche. So, going into that mode, the aggression in the first power play, you can be very, very proactive, and it can be a little costly also, Sundar, when it comes to follow wickets.
Yeah, that's what we saw from both the innings so far. If you look into the first 10 overs of Sri Lanka, the runs were coming in, but they lost wickets in regular intervals. And the same case for New Zealand as well, losing 3 wickets within the first 10 overs. So the 10 overs are completed. New Zealand is 65 for 3.
Well, power play is done. The first power play is done. That's a signal by umpire Chamra. So it's a second power play. 4 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. More freedom for the bowlers. And I reckon Sahan Arach will build in more pressure against the two new batters. Trying to make sure saving those singles. But good couple of overs for Vanuja Sahan. 2 wickets consecutively in his first 2 overs.
Vanuja Sahan playing with a deep square leg and a long off. A bit of a fumble there. Dinosa, no harm done. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this phase of play would go on for New Zealand. I'm sure we'll see more spinners in action. You got the likes of Dinosa. Robin Fernando can bowl. Even Sahan Arach is a handy operator with the ball in hand. So it'll be interesting to see how New Zealand would tackle the spin attack of Sri Lanka A. Good bit of fielding. There we go. Dinosa stopped a certain couple of runs there.
Well, I have seen him fielding at extra cover. One of the top fielders in Sri Lanka cricket, Dinosa. It's not easy for batters to go past him. Also, he's been very, very active around that area. Extra cover, mid-wicket. Against the spinners, yes, Dinosa will be the first option.
He's one of those players who've been in the spotlight over the past couple of I would say the past year or so. A proven all-rounder from the Colombo Cricket Club, and has been one of those promising young talents emerging from the domestic circuit in Sri Lanka. So 11 overs done. The New Zealand is 66 for 3. Right. Yeah, that's a good delivery there from Milan Ratnayake. He's been bowling well in the first over as well. He was consistent with his line and length. There was a boundary in the first over, but other than that, it was a pretty decent over there from Milan Ratnayake. Just got to put the pressure in. Vanuja Sahan is doing that from the other end, and he needs Milan Ratnayake to replicate the same sort of pressure from that end as well. You cannot afford to let loose from the other end.
Oh, that shape. Lovely shape from Milan Ratnayake. But I reckon you need a slip. You need that slip if your bowler is getting that ball to swing. I think Sahan Arach should trust your bowler. 2 new batters. Get another wicket. Put New Zealand on the back foot more.
There we go once again. That shape away from the right-hander Bas. We'll pick up a single here. Yeah, you've got to be attacking. I mean, we're in that second power play. 4 fielders permitted outside the 30-yard circle, so the batters will try to take in those deep fielders for 1s and 2s. So you've got to make sure that you're putting that pressure on, not giving any singles, not giving any 2s, not giving any freebies for the batters. So you put that pressure in by bringing in close fielders and slips in this case. Half of an appeal there from Milan Ratnayake. He's been beating Mitchell Hay just like that even in the previous over, as he was trying to work that ball around the pads to get that one on the onside.
It swings both ways, Milan Ratnayake. That ball, previous one, jogging back a little bit in towards the right-handed batter, hitting the thigh pad. They are bowling that channel, bowling those good areas. So this is the time you need to back your bowler by bringing in another extra fielder, probably the slip, I would say, and give him confidence. And Milan Ratnayake so far is bowling very good lines.
They're not giving anything away, only a single in this over as well, with the last ball coming in now. That's driven nicely. Oh, and good bit of fielding. Really good bit of fielding. Stopped a certain boundary there. It's Pavan Ratnayake. Excellent bit of fielding. That's the kind of backing up you need from your fielders. 12 overs done. 68 for 3. Comparing Sri Lanka and New Zealand here in the first 10 overs, only 1 wicket fell down for Sri Lanka. And in comparison, New Zealand lost 3 wickets, but in that second slot from over number 11 to 20. There we go. Excellent fielding once again. And a good throw as well. A good recovery. Oh, it's the captain, Sahan Arach, leading from the front.
Yeah, good stop though. But eventually, the batters have crossed over. Good running between the batters as well. Trusting your partner. There was a run out earlier. But understanding is a key factor in the part. Oh, yes, no call again. But wrong end. The throw from Milan Ratnayake should have been towards the keeper's end there.
Yeah, the nerves on New Zealand batters. That time a wrong call as well. Let's have a look at that striker's end. Whether there was a chance for Milan Ratnayake. If he had gotten it into the right end. There we go. Oh, yes. Would have been a chance there.
When the throw came in, the batter was halfway down. If he would have thrown that towards the keeper's end, I would have said that we were just talking about the combination, the coordination with your partner. There goes a yes-no call.
Yeah, very important. The proper coordination between the two batters out there in the middle, having that proper sense of communication. There's such a crucial role when it comes to building those big partnerships. You need to have proper communication. You need to have the proper understanding. Yeah, a much slower delivery there from Sahan. He's mixing it up nicely. And that's the end of the over. 2 runs coming off from that over. 13 done, 70 for 3. Just the recovery phase that New Zealand wants from these two batters. They're 192 runs behind. They need these two batters to take their time as much as possible to get settled into the conditions. Not going to be easy against the spinners. That's driven nicely, but there is protection down in the deep. And especially with the introduction of the spinners from both the ends, which eventually will happen. It'll be interesting to see how these two batters in that sense, the whole New Zealand batting lineup would fancy themselves on this surface, because goal, it tends to support spinners when the day goes on. So I'm sure if you've been focusing on the latter part of the Sri Lankan innings, the spinners started to take control. The ball got a good grip off the surface.
Yeah, indeed, we had this chat even when Sri Lanka was batting. Also the 4 spinners in the lineup, the bowling lineup for Sri Lanka. Sahan, saw him bowl very good lines, very good areas, pitching and landing in the nagging line for the batters. Got 2 wickets. And then Dinosa, another left arm spinner. Fernando, Sahan Arach, the skipper himself. Shot. Pulled it to fine leg. It was travelling very quickly towards that fine leg fielder, Pramod Madhushan there. So the spinners will hold. In fact, it's Cruz Pulle. So spinners will hold a big key role. Now, the shape will dry down. The new ball, when it gets that older, it affects to spin the ball a lot. The spinners can grip it well, and perfect time to come in as spinners. That was a wayward delivery, but good take from Mishara. Wide given.
Mishara certainly had a good day behind the stumps. Has had a good day, and with the bat in hand as well, and now behind the stumps, already involved in one stumping, but this time a very wayward delivery there from Milan Ratnayake. There we go. The idea was right, it's just that the execution was not up to the mark that time. Trying to mix things up, Milan Ratnayake. There we go, that's much better. Just a slight movement away from Abbas, the right-hander. He's well behind the ball as well. He's been out there for 18 deliveries now. Only scored 5 runs. He's been taking his time, understandably, trying to get adjusted to the conditions and trying to form up a partnership here. That's exactly what New Zealand A wants at this stage of the game from these two batters.
Yeah, I reckon he's targeting to ball good areas. I think that's the channel. That's the length and lines he should be targeting at, not the short ball. Yes, a surprise shorter ball will trouble the batter, will create that doubt in his mind. That's what Milan was trying, but touch to wavered on the previous occasion. But so far so good. Into the last ball of his third over, just conceding 9 runs. Much more better than the other two fast bowlers. Looks good in control. He's a tall, handy fast bowler. There you see, very, very good lines. Good over from Milan Ratnayake. Just 3 coming off it. 14 done. New Zealand A. 73 for 3.
Seventy-three on the board for the loss of 3 wickets after 14 overs. Quite little partnership between these two batters, trying to get things back on track though. Few wickets falling in a very short interval, pushing New Zealand back in the back foot, trying to rebuild his innings. Joining me in the Kong box, Roscoe. Very good evening, Roscoe.
Good evening, Aaron. Sahan in the middle of a very good spell. 2 for 7 into his 5th over. It's been a real struggle for Mohammad Abbas. He's just moved on to 6 of 21 balls. But more importantly for New Zealand A, he's still out there.
Arach has always been the key for Sri Lanka. We did see that the spinners during the latter part of the New Zealand innings turning the ball around. So it was always gets the edge. Grabs a fantastic catch. Pawan Ratnayake, you beauty. He really plucked it out of air. Flying without wings, young man. Brilliant take at first slip.
Sahan all over New Zealand A like a rash. All of a sudden, New Zealand A are in deep, deep trouble. That was very good hands from Pawan Ratnayake in the slips. Nicely bowled from Sahan, drawing the fall shot. And Ratnayake moving nicely to his right. Completes it with a nice tumble as well. And that's another timely breakthrough for Sri Lanka A. Mitchell Hay departs for 8 of 18 balls. Sri Lanka A, New Zealand A rather now, 75 for 4. New Zealand A, 75 for 4. These are the wickets to fall. First one was a little bit unlucky for Phillips, but since then it's been a very good comeback from Sri Lanka A. There was some good work from Fernando, and then Kamil Mishara, lightning work behind the stumps to dismiss Tim Robinson. That was a key breakthrough. He was one of the most experienced batters in this lineup, and this was the last wicket to fall of Mitchell Hay, well caught by Pawan Ratnayake. Keane is the new man, and plenty of work to do. Sri Lanka were in a very similar situation after a fast start. They lost a cluster of wickets as well, as Vanuja Sahan gets into his work again.
Keane gets off the mark in the very first delivery. Vanuja Sahan has really turned the tables for Sri Lanka. He's making the ball talk off the surface. Let's take a quick look at the previous wicket again. Fantastic catch. Good presence of mind, realizing the ball moving away. But Vanuja has really troubled these batters. He's into his 5th over, conceding just the 9 runs and grabbing 3 important wickets. And all 3 wickets apart from the run out taken by this young man. Brilliantly done. Once again, straight on. That completes a successful over. 15 gone. 76 for 4.
It has been a good supporting role from Milan Ratnayake. He's kept things tight at this end. Bowled his 3 overs for just 9 runs, while Vanuja Sahan is doing the damage from the other end. Nicely clipped off his toes. Should be looking for a third here, but they decide to stay with 2.
It's never going to be easy for the New Zealand batters to chase down this total, especially being out there in the afternoon, 3+ hours. It's absolutely hot and humid here in Galle. It's a tough ask for the men in black. Landed in Sri Lanka a couple of days back. Very little time to adapt to these conditions. Too much to ask though. Sri Lankans have really kept things tight. They're up to the task.
Yes, Mohammad Abbas debuted for New Zealand last year, and it's contrasting conditions for him here, whereas to when he debuted in Napier in a very high scoring game where he made 52 of just 26 balls on his debut. But today, facing 23 balls, he's made only 6 so far.
Now Milan Ratnayake, what he has done decent now is that yes, he hasn't managed to grab a wicket, but he has kept things really tight. That has really helped Vanuja Sahan from the other end to make sure that he has that liberty of bowling it in line with the stumps, attack the batters, invite them for those big shots, and that has really created the opportunity to grab those important wickets. So Milan Ratnayake playing his role, did this part with the bat in hand, now with the ball in hand. Go short into the surface. Was too quick for Keane though.
Yes, it's a key role that Milan Ratnayake is playing. The fast bowling all-rounder. You haven't really seen much of them in Sri Lanka. So if he can continue to progress as a batter and a bowler, I'm sure he's going to be a very important option for Sri Lanka in the years to come.
was very close. Trying to play it on to the onside. They got off to a flying start, the New Zealanders. Looked like they were in a rush to get to that total as soon as possible, but things really did change when the spinners took on, as expected. We did speak about this during the latter part of the Sri Lankan innings as well, when the New Zealand spinners were trying to turn things out against the Sri Lankan batters. But they're coming back for a second run, but turned down by the non-striker. 16 overs gone. 82 for 4.
Skipper Arach going for the kill. Is giving Wanuja Sahan a 6th over on the trot. Looking to get that 5th wicket. Maybe even a 6th if he can. I think it's probably the right thing to do at this stage. He's got a slip in place as well. So he's all out on the attack.
Yeah, in fact, probably he should be bowling at least 2 more overs. Keep 3 behind his shoulders for the latter part of the innings. Just go for the kill. Another wicket here. The important fact is that a wicket here will really push New Zealand into a further difficult situation. So that's important. 84 runs on the board. We are into the 17th over. Just the 4 extras though. It has been a decent bowling performance by the Sri Lankans.
Nicely punched once again. This over has been better for New Zealand. They managed to rotate the strike better than the previous overs. They've started to hang back on that back foot and wait for Wanuja Sahan's deliveries.
In fact, that's what's important. As batters, they need to try and put up a partnership just like Milan Ratnayake, along with the skipper did out when Sri Lanka were 5 down within 20 overs, 100+ run partnership. I believe that is exactly what's required from these 2 batters as well. Spend some time, rotate the strike and try to get closer as much as possible. 17 gone, 86 for 4.
That is what New Zealand need. 176 runs off 198 balls. Equation is not too bad. It's just the wickets that they're losing at regular intervals that have put them in a spot of bother. As we see a change in the bowling, Fernando is coming into the attack with his right arm off break. The New Zealand A team were 51 for no loss at one stage after 6 overs. That's when Wanuja Sahan came into the attack. Since then, they lost 4 wickets for just 24 runs. And Wanuja Sahan, the chief wrecker there, picking up 3 wickets along with a run out as well. Keane has been good ever since he walked out to the middle. He's been busy. He's quickly moved on to 7 of 9 balls, whereas Abbas is still yet to get going.
Skipper realizing that the spinners getting a lot of purchase out of this service, bringing on his spinners. This is going to be crucial. It's going to be a full passage of spinners though. Ravindra needs to understand the pace that he needs to bowl on this surface. Try to give it a lot more air. Bowl it a little bit slower. Let the ball talk off the surface. There is turn and bounce on offer. He needs to get it out. Looks like at this point he's trying to fire it in. A couple of sliders as well. Maybe he will realize the pace that he needs to be bowling on this surface. There you go. The straighter one once again. Getting the outside edge. Firing it in at the batter. There's been a good over so far though. He's mixed things up. Just the one run. Good over for Sri Lanka. Just a couple of runs conceded. 18 overs done. 88 for 4.
Double change it is, and Vanuja Sahan's left arm spin has been replaced by another left arm spinner. This time it's Sonal Dinosa, a very handy bowler, especially in domestic cricket, playing more of a batting all-rounder role compared to the role that Vanuja Sahan is playing in this team as a bowling all-rounder. But I'm sure he will be very effective as well in this shorter format.
There you go. The very first delivery of Sonal Dinosa. He manages to grab a wicket. Abbas departs. It was just a matter of a time. He never looked good in good shape, Abbas. He was struggling out there in the middle. 11 of 34 deliveries. Trying to carve it through the covers, rocking onto the back foot, and perishes.
Nothing delivery really. A loose one from Sonal Dinosa. Mohammad Abbas hits it straight to Sahan Arach, who is a very good fielder himself. Abbas's vigil ends. He departs for 11 of 34 balls. New Zealand A now 88 for 5. Christian Clark is the new batter. New Zealand 88 for 5 now. Interestingly, the skipper, Max Chu, hasn't walked out to bat yet. We didn't really see him bowl either. Sonal Dinosa straight away among the wickets should give him plenty of confidence.
It's pretty interesting to see that the skipper has kept himself back. 5 wickets for 88 runs. Now this is going to be very interesting. This is what I was talking about. It's not going to be easy for the men in black, especially to adapt to these conditions. Sonal Dinosa, he will feel much more confident now, especially after getting a wicket off his very first delivery. A very smart campaigner, a very capable bowler. He'll keep things really simple. Once again, back at the length. Christian will get off the mark.
target of 262 looking very far away now for New Zealand A. However, if they need some inspiration, they can look to that first innings. Once again, hit hard this time. It's running down to the extra cover boundary. That's a quality stroke from Keane. He's looked good since he has walked out to the middle. And he moves into double figures with that beautiful shot.
A boundary coming after some time. Once again, short, beautifully played through the extra cover region. Nicely done though. Yeah, that's the exact length that Sonal Dinosa needs to be bowling. He can't afford to drag it short. Yes, he was lucky enough to get that first wicket of his very first delivery of this over. That was short too. And he needs to try and keep things tight. Just like that. Timber. What a delivery by Sonal Dinosa. He just fired it in straight on with the arm. Fantastic delivery. Gets another wicket. The second wicket in the over for Sonal Dinosa. Brilliant work. And Keane, who looked good, departs.
Played all around it. Lazy stroke. It just somehow managed to scrape through. However, Simon Keane departs for 11. New Zealand now 93 for 6. Here's Tim Pringle. Was very impressive with his left arm spin early in the day. Plenty of work to do now. Still a long 169 runs away at 93 for 6. Ravindu Fernando will continue with his off spin. He'd love to get among the wickets as well. Didn't have a good day out with the bat. Nicely tucked to the leg side for a single.
Pringle, the new man out there in the middle. He really did well with the ball in hand, but now things are different. Beautiful delivery once again. I would love to see Vanuja Sahan being brought into the attack again, especially with the two new right-handers out there in the middle. Things would have been different if he had come out. Just try to seal things off as soon as possible. There is a lot of turn on offer now. Roscoe, what are your thoughts?
Yes, for sure. Especially the pace that the Sri Lankan spinners have bowled have been very impressive. Vanuja Sahan and even Ravindu Fernando now just tossing that ball up a little bit more, giving it a bit more air time and getting some purchase off this track. Interesting to know what's up with the New Zealand A skipper who hasn't walked out to bat yet.
I'm still touch worried a little bit about the pace that the Sri Lankan spinners have been bowling. Apart from Vanuja Sahan, they need to bowl it a lot more slower. Trying to fire it in through the right-hand batter once again. Ravindu probably trying to bowl it a little bit short as well. He needs to try and bowl it a little bit fuller. Invite the batters to drive, get them to drive off the front foot. There you go, once again on the shorter side, outside the off stump. 3 runs coming off that over. 20 overs done, 96 for 6.
So now Dinosa, life is very easy for him. 2 wickets in just 1 over. Nicely hit this time by Christian Clark.
Ideal situation for Sonal Dinosa as well, the left arm off spinner with 2 right-hand batters. New Zealand in a condition where they wouldn't have wanted to see them. Once again, the length. They need to bowl it front. You shouldn't let the batter rock onto the back foot. Try to get him into his front foot. Get the short extra cover. Get the slip fielder in play. Just like that. Just like that. Spot on. That's the delivery they need to be hitting one after the other.
Whenever he's pitched the ball up, he's looked very threatening. Sonal Dinosa. There you go once again. Nicely flighted and getting purchase off this track.
That is absolutely what I was talking. Take a closer look at this delivery. The amount of air that he gave may be a little bit too full, but still the turn off the surface. Nicely done. That was a slider, straight on with the arm. He has a bag of tricks under him, so he'll bring out all of the variations. As I did mention, a very smart campaigner. Lovely bowling. A very good over, just the 1 run conceded. 21 overs done, 97 for 6.
The New Zealand run chase started off in a rapid way, but it's clearly derailed in the past few overs. That's a very good stroke from Christian Clark. He should get back for a second. There was a bit of hesitation, but eventually no damage done and they get back for a second. Yes, from 51 for no loss to 99 for 6. Not good from the Kiwis.
Once again on the shorter side. Good bit of fielding though. They need a partnership. 100 up for the men in black. They would have wanted to reach this milestone in a better way though. Take a quick look at that. Easily home though. 100 on the board for the loss of 6 wickets. We're into the 22nd over. Plenty of overs left. Just a matter of the number of wickets left here.
Yes, New Zealand 100 for 6, as you mentioned. Christian Clark is a capable batter. He does have a list A century against his name. Pringle is handy with the bat too, so they'll look to stitch a partnership from here on.
Absolutely, that's what's important at this stage. They need a partnership between these two batters. But unfortunately, I just feel that they might be touched too late with 6 wickets down. The skipper not coming out to bat yet. Gets the outside edge. Where's the slip? Where is the slip fielder? 2 new players out there and you take the slip off. A lucky boundary to end the over. But they will take it with both hands. 22 overs done. 104 for 6.
104 for 6. New Zealand A in deep sorts of trouble here in 22 overs. Sunal Dinosa and Sahan making havoc out there in the middle with the ball in hand as expected. The two left arm spinners taking the things under control for Sri Lanka A. That's a good delivery once again, Rajiva. I'm sure that Sri Lanka would try to wrap things up quickly here. 90 or rather 104 for the loss of 6 wickets. Plenty of time remaining in the game, but as of now with 6 down, how do you think the next 5 to 6 overs would play out here in this first one-day game?
Yes, Sunal has delivered as well. So far, haven't seen a left-hander yet in New Zealand A innings. All right-handed batters. So the left-arm spinners have filled their wickets column. 3 for Sahan. And then Sunal Dinosa into his third over. Picked up a double wicket in his very first over. I think he's bowling with a lot of control, mixing his pace. That is what you need on a surface like this. Much more drier. There you see flight in the ball up, giving a bit more air, invite the batter to come on the front foot. So far so good for Sri Lanka A.
Yeah. Well, good is an understatement. It's been really good from Sri Lanka A. The spinners taking things under control, having the opposition at 105 for the loss of 6. Initially, I thought Sri Lanka A were 20 to 25 runs short of what was expected on this surface. But with this type of bowling, all of a sudden 260 odd runs, it feels like it's a huge total. 23 overs done, 105 for 6. The opening partnership of 51 runs between Dale and Rice. That was the only formidable partnership for New Zealand A. Apart from that, you can see on your screen, none of the partnership really worked out for New Zealand A team. And now with the spinners operating, Sahan has been opted out, so Fernando and Sunal Dinosa operating from the two ends. Right armour and a leg, rather a left armour. Just mixing things up and giving more trouble for these New Zealand A batters.
Well, Max Ju, New Zealand A skipper, has scored over 2,000 first-class runs. Batted number 5 in the last game. Haven't seen him yet. The inside edge again. So maybe they're trying things out, giving the opportunities for the batters to come out there, spend time out there, especially against the spinners, which they have caused a lot of trouble. Pattern sweep on offer. Finger goes up, and Fernando strikes.
Well, Pringle just trying to be cheeky here. He's having a good laugh. We'll see the replay to see how exactly things would work out here. Oh. Well. A huge appeal from Fernando that time. And the finger goes up. So the 7th wicket goes down. New Zealand A in deep trouble here. Tim Pringle is gone for 5 of 18. Fernando strikes for Sri Lanka A. Right, so the new batter, Aditya Ashok, walks out to the middle. In at number 9 for New Zealand. Well, New Zealand slipping much further down. 106 for the loss of 7 wickets. Fernando picks up his first wicket. It's been a real struggle for New Zealand. Their batters out there in the middle. Ashok and Christian now. The two batters out in the middle. Will have to get adjusted to the condition. Plenty of time remaining in this game, but with number 9 batter already out there in the middle in the 24th over, things are not going well for New Zealand.
Yeah, slip in for the new batter now. So let's take a look at this. Well, it's a straightforward decision from umpire, but I reckon Tim Pringle is quite unlucky there as well. A wicket taking over for Fernando. 24 done, 106 for 7.
Spinners doing the trick here on a surface. That was extremely good for the batting in the early hours, but now the spinners getting a good grip of this surface. With 7 down for 107, Rajiva. Sri Lanka firmly on the driving seat of this game. Just it's a matter of wrapping things up here for them. But it'll be a good learning curve for New Zealand. They, of course, still the first game. The series open, and we got 2 more one-day games before we head into the 4-day games. And I'm sure that New Zealand A would take notes here on the conditions as well as on the players of Sri Lanka A.
Well, the tail is exposed now. I reckon I would prefer Sahan Arach bringing in Sahan right now. He's bowled 6 overs, 3 for 13. With the right-handers out there in the centre. I haven't seen a left-hander yet, so I would prefer him coming in from one of the ends and give him that opportunity to bowl at the tail. He was very good, especially with the new ball, and then got that ball to jack back in. Well, I reckon Tim Pringle was quite unlucky there also on that occasion.
Yeah, indeed. He had a good laugh. In fact, a good smile on his face when he walked off the field rather. Just a single so far in this over from Sonal Dinosa. Getting that ball to turn away from the right-hander Aditya Ashok with a slip in position. And he presents a full face of the bat. 25 overs done. 107 for 7. Right, so New Zealand A 7 down, 3 wickets in the first 10 overs and then 3 wickets in the second set of 10 overs. And now we're into the third set of 10 overs and they've lost a wicket here as well. Fernando with the breakthrough. And he's into bowling to bowl his 5th over. bounce off the surface that time for Ravindu Fernando. He's getting a good turn off the surface compared to Vanuja Sahan and Sonal Dinosa. Ravindu Fernando is generating some good grip off the surface and some bounce as well. And he's bowling it a bit faster as well compared to the two bowlers. Sonal and of course Vanuja Sahan, who started off the proceedings as a spinner. So it tends to take the batters by surprise. Here we go. And again, trying to get that sweep in. But this time the batters will take a single. So got to be careful when playing those cheeky shots against the spinners, especially against Ravindu Fernando. They're driven away, and this will run down towards the boundary. Touch too full there from Ravindu Fernando, and wide as well. So plenty of an opportunity there for the batter to work that ball on the offside for the boundary.
Yeah, brilliant shot. Some resilience coming in for the New Zealand camp. Touch too full there. Driven nicely. There's a fielder at deep point, but once you pass that short, extra cover fielder. Enough of time for that ball to run away towards the ropes. Good timing in that stroke. Quicker one from Ravindu Fernando to end the 26th over. 113 for 7.
Right, so Sonal Dinosa are 2 into the attack. Aditya Shoko will have a big responsibility upon his shoulders. As we mentioned earlier, the captain, Max Chu, is here to walk out to the middle. A 113 for the loss of 7 wickets now, New Zealand A. Coming down the track, dancing down the track rather there from Aditya Shoki. Gets the single.
Yeah, and he's off the mark with that single. Sonal bowling his 5th over. Very economical and productive as well. So like I mentioned, I like to see Vanuja Sahan coming in. Maybe from Sonal's end. Or down the track. Try to go for a big heave. But I think Sri Lanka A, the spinners have done a very good job. Bowling in proper areas. Yes, they were lucky in some occasions. But I reckon some of the balls have landed in perfect areas and troubled the batters of New Zealand A.
There were times when the spinners were really in control of the game, and even now you can see with Ravindu Fernando and Sonal Dinosa operating from the two ends, they've taken the control of this game. Coming around the wicket now, Sonal Dinosa to the right hander, and the game has perfectly shifted from one team to another. The balance of the game. 27 overs done, 115 for 7. Right, so Ravi Fernando to continue. There we go. Sharp turn on offer once again. And a faster delivery from Ravi Fernando. That's a good mix of deliveries. Ravi Fernando, been seen him in the concluded 3-day Major League as well. That's a good mix. Did well with both the bat and the ball. And this time he gets us coming back for the second run as well. So a couple of runs on offer there. Just working that ball down towards the deep fine leg region for a couple of runs.
A nice paddle shot from Ashok there. Now there's a change in the field. Short fine coming in and pushing that short square fielder towards deep square leg. A lot of bounce and turn. And the batters can push through for a leg by me most probably. And given runs.
Yeah, the Christian has shown some good resilience here. 17 of 21. Good resistance against his quality spin attack of Sri Lanka A. He's been dealing it ones and twos, not trying to go for those big shots, understandably, at this stage of the game. Cannot afford to lose another wicket here. And a big part of playing spin, especially on a surface, on a tricky surface that it has turned out to be this goal pitch for this first one-day game between Sri Lanka A and New Zealand A. It's a big part of playing spin is using your feet to get to the pitch of the delivery. And that we saw from that 100-run partnership between Milan Ratnayake and Sahan Arach again. That partnership, especially Milan Ratnayake, he was very keen to use his feet. And now a slip has been taken out. A quick single. And that's the end of the over from Ravi Fernando. 28 overs done, 1-2-1 for 7. It was a good start for New Zealand A with the bat in hand, especially against the two fast bowlers, Dilshan Madhushank and Pramod Madhushan. The two openers really stood tall. Scoring. Oh, there we go. Vanuja Sahan straight away. Ball number 1 in this over. And he picks up a wicket.
A good change from Sahan Arach. I was itching for Vanuja Sahan to come into the attack from one of the ends, and he was introduced from the very end that he bowled his first spell. Pitched in line, middle stump, kisses the off stump of Aditya Ashok, and he walks back. For just 5 runs and 121 for 8, New Zealand A.
Right, so Ben Lister walks out to the middle. Another right-hander. So plenty of right-handers in this New Zealand lineup for this first one-day game. And Ben Lister is the latest to walk out to the middle for New Zealand. Vanuja Sahan on the other end. 4 wickets for just 13 runs. And he's bowling his 7th over. And he completed 5-wicket haul. And he'll be a real good contender for that man, or rather the player of the match award.
Yeah, definitely 2 slips in place now. No boundary riders on the leg side. Long off and a sweeper. Yes, indeed. I think he has bowled very good length and very good lines. Sahan. And superb spell in the first spell. And now, to start off his second spell, very first ball, gets another wicket. So I think, yes, Sahan. Oh, missing that outside edge from the red ball form. Is converted nicely to the white ball cricket. And outside edge gone. That's a fifer for Sahan. And maybe that's the end of New Zealand's innings.
Oh yes, wonderfully bowled. 5 wickets for Sahan. 121 for the loss of 9 wickets. And it looks as if Max Chu is not going to work out to the middle. So 121, and that's the end of New Zealand innings.
Yeah, brilliant effort from Sri Lanka, especially Sahan, the spinners, alongside Dinosa and Fernando. With 1 run out, Max Chu, well, no idea why he hasn't come out to bat, but New Zealand all out for 121 with 51 for no loss, and suddenly the last 9 wickets falling for just 70 runs, and Sri Lanka winning this game by 140 runs. Fifer for Sahan.
He did a massive win for Sri Lanka. The opening game of the series, Sri Lanka, they batted well. At an instance, 5 down within 20 overs, coming back strong, a 100-run partnership, and now with the ball in hand, Sahan once again doing it for the Sri Lankans. 5 wickets. What a victory for the Sri Lankans here at the Galle International Cricket Stadium. A massive win, in fact, Rajiv. 140 runs, a huge margin, and it's going to be a big eye-opener for the New Zealanders when they're coming back for the second game.
Yeah, indeed. Well, Sri Lanka has done a very, very good job, led by Sahan Arach, and the partnership. When the team was struggling at 126 for 5, alongside Milan Ratnayake, that 110 stand for the 6th wicket, and then another tremendous performance by Sahan, a fifer. Bowled brilliantly, 5 for 13 in just 7 overs. I think probably like Ocean mentioned, a contender for the player of the match. So the players acknowledging, and I would say Sri Lanka have done a very, very good job in this first unofficial ODI here at Galle International Stadium.
Let's take a quick look at the batting card of the New Zealand A team. The 2 opening batters, they got off to a flyer though. Phillips, the very well-known name, the brother of the New Zealand flying fielder, got off to a good start, 30 of 17. Mario, 19 of 22. Then came in Vanuja with his golden arm, turned things around, turned the tables for the Sri Lankans. 3 quick wickets, a run out, pushing New Zealand onto the back foot, and then, since then, the New Zealanders never came back into their normal playing conditions. They were pushed onto the back foot. Dinosa coming and grabbing a couple of wickets in 1 over, pushing the padding back into the back foot, and finally Vanuja finishing things off in style.
Well, pick at the bowlers. It's not hard to say much about this. Sahan, brilliant effort, 6.4 overs. 13 runs and 28 dot balls for his fifer. And spinners helped by Dinosa, 5 overs, 2 wickets for just 10 runs. And Ravindu also picking up a wicket in his 6 overs with 1 run out. And then New Zealand A were bundled out for just 121 runs. Apart from that opening stand of 51 runs, there hasn't been much partnerships in the New Zealand A innings.
Well, what a win by the Sri Lankans, especially the opening partnership. Let's take a quick look at how the New Zealand started off things. The two batters, they went really hard at the two opening bowlers, especially against Ilshan Madhushankar. He was really taken to the cleaners. They really threw the bat hard when the players were inside the 30-yard circle during the power play. Played some cheeky shots as well, Rajiva.
Yeah, got to that blistering start. Very aggressive start, I would say. Positive approach on this run chase. 262 was the target. And then the openers batted brilliantly against the seamers. But with Vanuja introduced into the attack, I think some of the batters were a little unlucky in the New Zealand innings. And this run-out changed the game. The openers were back in the dressing room as quickly as just 2 balls in Vanuja's first over. And then he bowled a brilliant delivery to get rid of Tim Robinson there. I think that was a key factor. The stumping, and I need to mention that Kamil Mishara was exceptional behind the stumps. Good bit of slip catching, and then catching has been up to a very good standard, I would say. And Sonal Dinosa, that was his first wicket. And I think Sonal Dinosa also bowled well. So Ravindu picking up his first wicket as well. And once Vanuja was introduced into his second spell, very first ball and the fourth ball as well, the batters was really struggled. The tail, I would say, he bowled in very, very good areas, spun the ball, brought it in towards the stumps as well, troubled the New Zealand middle order and the top order, and also the tail.
Right, then let's take a quick look at the match summary. New Zealand winning the toss, deciding to bowl first. It looked a good wicket the way Sri Lankans started things off, but unfortunately in the middle things fell apart. But that 100-run plus partnership between the skipper and Milan Ratnayake really helping Sri Lanka to get to a total of 261. And in reply, New Zealand were bowled out for 121 runs. Vanuja Sahan, the star of the day for me though, 5 for 13 in his 6.4 overs. Sri Lanka winning the first one-day game here at the Galle International Cricket Stadium by 140 runs. Right then, let's take a short break and we'll be back with the presentation.
Welcome back to the Galle International Cricket Stadium. And Sri Lanka winning the game comprehensively by 140 runs in the first unofficial ODI. So let's head back to the ground with Oshada for the post-match presentation.
Right, so thank you, Rajeva, and we're all set for the post-match presentation of the first one-day game between Sri Lanka A and New Zealand A. So first of all, congratulations to Sri Lanka A on winning the match. Right, so I got here with me the presentation party for the post-match presentation, Mr. Ranjit Priyantha, who is the match referee for this first one-day game. Right, so ladies and gentlemen, first we'll be presenting the player of the match award, and well, obviously, the player of the match award goes to Vanuja Sahan for his wonderful display with the ball in hand, who picks up 5 wickets in the game with the ball in hand. Vanuja, if we can have a small chat. මොකද හිතෙන්නේ අද තරගේ කඩලු පහක් ලබා ගත්තා. වට මොකද හිතෙන්නේ අද තරගේ ගැන?
ඇත්තටම ගොඩක් සතුටුයි කඩලු පහක් ගන්න ලැබිච්ච එක ඒ ටීම් මැච් එක. ඒ වගේම ගොඩක් සතුටුයි මැච් එක මගේ විකට් පහෙන් දිනන්න ලැබිච්ච එකට.
ඒත් එක්කම කොහොමද අද තරගේ මේ තනතිරු හැසිරෙච්ච විදිහත් එක්ක ඔයාට මොන වගේ ඇසිස්ටන්ස් එකක්ද හම්බුනේ?
ඇත්තටම ස්පින් එකට ගොඩක් පොඩි සපෝට් එකක් තිබ්බා විකට් එකේ. ඒකින්ද පන්දු යෑමට ලේසි වුණා. ඒත් එක්කම අපි දැක්කවා අලුත් පන්දුවෙන් පන්දු යවුවා මම හිතන්නේ 6 වෙනි 7 වෙනි පන්දුව ඕරේ. ඉතින් අලුත් පන්දුවෙන් පන්දු යෑම ගැන වට මොකද හිතෙනවා? මම හිතන්නේ මේ මේජර් ලීග් තරගාවලිත් අලුත් පන්දුවෙන් ගොඩක් වෙලාවට පන්දු යවුවා. ඇත්තටම අලුත් පන්දුවෙන් පන්දු යෑම ලේසි නෑ. ෆීල්ඩ් එක දෙකයි පස්සට දාන්න පුළුවන්. ඒක මම චැලෙන්ජ් එකක් විදිහට බාරගෙන හොඳින් පන්දු යවුවා. Right, so thank you and good luck for the second game. Right, so can we please have the losing captain? Of course, the New Zealand captain, Max Chu, is not available at the moment, but Reyes Mario will join us, the vice captain. Reyes, obviously tough luck, tough day out in the office, but first of all, tell me, how's Max Chu and what's the update on him?
He's gone off for a scan, so we're just waiting on the result, but fingers crossed.
Yeah, so now what went wrong entirely on this game? Obviously, the batters didn't really step up to the occasion. How was the conditions?
Yeah, I think with the ball we were fantastic in the field as well. We just let ourselves down with the bat. Yeah, it was obviously hot, but yeah, just need to be better with the bat.
And at the same time, heading back to Hambantota and obviously the second game, what would be the key takeaways from this particular game that you would take to the second game?
I think if we can replicate what we did with the ball today, that will be key. And then, yeah, if we can be better with the bat, just applying ourselves and some guys kicking on and getting bigger scores, then you should be better for it. Right, so thank you and good luck for the second game. Right, so can we please have the winning captain, Sahan Arach, for a quick chat before we wrap things up on the presentation ceremony. Sahan, a good game out there in the middle. So as a captain, you played a vital knock with the bat in hand. First of all, tell me about that particular innings.
Yes, at that moment we lost a couple of wickets, and Milan and me try to do bat for the long time. That's the plan, and lucky we scored what we want. Yeah.
And the pitch conditions, I'm sure that you had your expectations walking out to the middle, the expectations of how this pitch would behave, and how was your take on the pitch here at Galle International Stadium for this first game?
We thought we can have, like, our plan was like more than 270 or 280, but when we are batting, we had a plan after that because wicket is slow and spinning. So we had a plan for the 250 or 260 plus, and lucky we have achieved that one.
Right, so thank you and good luck for the second game.
Thank you.
Right, so that's it for the post-match presentation of this first one-day game between Sri Lanka A and New Zealand A. And over to our commentators now.
Well, no doubt about it. Vanuja Sahan with his fifer, picking that man of the match awards. The match summary: Sri Lanka lost the toss and New Zealand winning and electing to bowl first. Sri Lanka A in their first innings, 261 all out. Kamil Mishara getting that top scorer list, 71 of just 49 deliveries, and Sahan Arach got a half century, 66, and Milan also contributing with a half century, valuable half century as well. So Christian Clark and Ashok picking up 2 wickets apiece. In reply, New Zealand 121 all out with Phillips top scorer, just 30 runs, and then Wanuja Sahan, 5 for 13 inside his 7th over, and New Zealand all out for 121. Sonal Dinosa also picking up a couple of wickets in his 5 overs for just 10 runs. Eventually, a comprehensive, easy win for Sri Lanka A by 140 runs. Well, the second one day, it's on the 8th of April. Live will be telecasted from the Mahinda Rajapaksa International Cricket Stadium in Suryavava between Sri Lanka A and New Zealand A. So, thanks a lot for joining with us live here from Galle Cricket Stadium, and have a pleasant evening. Goodbye for now.